just 5 minutes in, and sometimes it takes a little time to get going. But on the off chance, I'm going to be running about another 10 minutes. And if no one shows up on panel, I'm going to be shutting down. Calm down, butthole. Come in. Hello.
How you going, Tribes?
Not too bad. Dealing with this butthole cat.
Yeah, I heard it already. That's nice. Kitty cam. I tried doing that once, kitty cam, but the little fecker kept moving, and yeah, I had to keep getting up and moving my mobile phone around to where she went. And it became more of a head fuck, so I didn't bother again.
It's a pain in the ass. Cats love to do their own thing.
Yeah.
Unless they're lap cats. Lap cats work well for
it. Cool. Yeah, cool. I straight away leapt to the thought of those lap dogs with the Japanese handbag dogs.
Japanese handbag dogs.
Oh, those little mini dogs that they keep in their handbags. Japanese or Korean? I'm not 100% certain.
I think I know what you're talking about. Like the entitled women type that
yeah. Oh, I think Paris Hilton had one at one stage.
Those dogs are terrible. They're bred in such a way just to make them that tiny, and their brains are too small and they're in pain. They're not designed that way. Like they're bred by us, and we do a lot of bad shit when it comes to breeding. Just for the
breathing issues and all that kind of shit.
Oh yes,
yeah, I agree.
Yep, pugs have breathing issues and stuff. They're not. Well, certain breeds at least, they're not designed. I mean, they're not natural. That we make them to be what we want, which is wrong, in my opinion.
Just for our aesthetics, exactly.
It's very fucked up. Cats are the perfection of evolution, though, according to some evolutionists. Would you stop?
Perfection. I don't know about that. Depends what the end goal is, but I do like cats. They're quite elite in a lot of stuff they do.
Well,
the dexterity and all that kind of shit, you know, like even their sense of smell with such a smaller nose and a filiary factory or whatever it's called. They still got like a better smell than a dog.
Right. Well,
and
the terms that they use, we don't mean like superior in the way that we tend to think of specific areas. When we talk about evolution, they're perfect in the sense that they don't need to evolve. They're already evolved to the point where they over the course of a long period of time, they remain almost identical to what they used to be, which is the in comparison to other like species, they change the least, which is why they say that they're like, quote, perfect evolutionarily. But
I used to believe that we didn't evolve anymore as humans because we're the first species that can pretty much change our genetic code and our environment. So we no longer evolve, but I've learned better since then. We're evolving regardless of the fact that we can change our environment. Because we just can't control it to the billionth degree that you'd have to, because there's so many genes that are changing anyway.
Even if we can change our environment, though, we will still evolve because it's about it changes. And even if we cause the change in environment will cause us to evolve in a certain way.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Like regardless
I agree. I got back to that conclusion in the end. But yeah, for a while I was thinking pretty alpha of us. Oh yeah, we're above evolution now.
We're not above evolution, but we are.
That's not all that controls evolution.
True.
You got epigenetics, which is just the reading of the gene.
Right.
Like starvation will cause a different reading of the gene than non-starvation.
Right.
So that's got nothing to do with other environments. So yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you anyway, man. Yeah. Stroking the pussy.
I had to get her out of here. She drives me crazy. She
I
I can't teach her. I've taught most cats to behave. She's unteachable. She's like naturally an asshole to an extent that like I can't fuck with.
I like
My
her.
current one knows English fully. It knows exactly what I'm saying to it in English, and you can tell by its facial expressions, the responses. It's exactly like a human would do the body language. It's pretty
Normally animals, what they do, they don't observe body language and stuff. They don't have the capacity for it. But what they can do is they can learn and discern vocal tone. Like kittens tend to be pretty good at it. Like they'll know when I'm like asshole. Then they know because of the tone, not because they understand English. They just
exactly.
Well, and they can understand like repetitive, like they can
it's a
assign
micro
certain
expression
tones to food. Like if you give them food and say the same thing every time, they'll understand that means food. And
right.
something.
Yes. It's by association. It's not learning the language. It's like it's a lesser level, but they can still learn.
Kind of like dogs.
Yeah, very much like dogs. Dogs are actually more intelligent. I hate to say it because I like cats more, but dogs are more intelligent, at least slightly, on average.
More loyal too.
That's true.
Well, I've got a cat that, well, not my current one, but my one before that would play fetch with me and everything. Would walk with me to the phone box because I didn't have mobile at the time, and would still use the phone box, which is just down the road, but would walk with me like a dog, like heel to my foot as I walked to the phone box, hang around me there and walk back. Do this regularly, like walk other places too, but that's when it got annoying because you'd be trying to leave your house and you've got your cat following you all the way down your street and you're trying to send it back home. And but,
I hate when they get around your feet and then you end up kicking them because they got running between your feet and then you just hoof them.
Yeah.
My cat does that.
Send one flying, man, and I've never meant to, Well, not never, but hardly ever meant to. So I understand.
We used to have cats in Scotland that looked like normal cats, but they had big round eyes and flat ears.
Huh.
And if you tried to touch it, it would take your hand off. These were little things. Me and my father went out one day to go to work, and we went to pick the bin up, because it was one of these old metal bins with a metal lid, 2 handles. And we picked it up, and this rat jumped out of it and ran into the coal cellar. And this cat was sitting on top of the roof, and these are wild things. You don't touch these. Right? It saw this rat. It jumped out. It went straight into the coal cellar. We thought, we will have a look at this. We walked up to this rat. The rat went up at its back legs, and the cat knocked its head off.
Whoa, nice.
Wow.
Jeez.
These were a piece of work. We used to go fishing, and if the fish was too small to eat, we'd leave it on the doorstep for them, And they'd bring the kittens down and they'd drop them on the doorstep to eat the fish.
I think you're getting confused with a cougar.
No, they were like normal cats, but they were a bit bigger, and they walked like they had bent legs, like they were slinking. And they had flat ears and big round eyes, and there wasn't much could escape them. And they were I turns out there was some sort of a wild cat, like they weren't just strays. There was some sort of wild cat up in Scotland.
I always wanted a Maine Coon.
They are awesome.
Hi, Trops, by the way. I'm not going to stay too long because it's very late here, but I thought I'd pop in and say hello anyway.
It's all good. Hello.
Sorry for jumping off your streams there, Andy, but I had to do a couple of quick things and I realised, oh shit, the time. So
I know. I think everybody forgot. I had to remind them. Yeah.
Andy's a wimp. He's got one of these things he's got to do like a life.
Yeah. No,
Who's
what
got
it is
that?
now, what it is now, I've got into a routine because of work where I go to bed at a certain time. This is very late for me.
Yeah, it's late for me as well.
I try and stay in that routine because it works for me. You know, I try and keep in that routine.
Yeah, and you've got work. Yeah.
Nothing like
that's right.
scheduled dolphin flogging.
Yeah.
Dolphin flogging.
Go flog your dolphin and go to sleep.
What the fuck is that?
It's what you think it is now.
You know, the problem is,
Good tug of the rope.
No, I
problem
wouldn't
is
know.
if I start slipping out of the routine, then I have trouble getting up for work, and it's easier just to stay in the routine.
No, it's
Yep.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I just messed mine up. I used to go to
Absolutely
bed about 9
understand.
o'clock, and then I'd wake up at 3 every morning. But now I fucked that whole thing up.
9 o'clock? How can you go to bed at 9 o'clock? For
Well,
God's
because
sake?
I get up at 3 in the morning.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
I-
right. Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I liked
why?
it.
Yeah.
Well,
You
my work.
like-
I started work at 6,
Okay.
and so
Yeah.
I like to get up at 3. It gave me time to get showered. I made my food. I could sit and just watch
Oh,
YouTube.
my missus is like
Yeah.
that. I'm
Yeah,
starting
no,
to
you
get
do it
sick.
by choice, Gads. I do it by force. Yeah.
Oh, I did it.
But I've
Like
got
I
into
woke
a
up
habit now. I
automatically.
can't
No.
break it on holidays. So on
I-
weekends, I'm still getting up really early.
didn't even
my
need an
missus
alarm.
gives me shit that I'm setting alarms to do these streams because it's early on a Saturday here. But this is 4 hours later than I normally get up for work. So
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
it's not fucking me setting alarms. I'm just
Mm.
doing this because it's.
Well, it's
Fun
like
thing
8
to
o'clock
do.
in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning there.
Oh, it used to be. It's all later now because of the daylight savings. It's 10 to midday now. Troops
Sure.
used to start at like 9:30 a.m. originally, and now after all the daylight savings shit, it's starting at 11:30.
Ah,
Okay.
So you went to bed.
So-
and woke up.
Oh no, I woke up about an hour and a half, 2 hours before Andy's
When I
stream.
was
So I was up
starting,
heaps early.
when I was working in the factory and I started at 6 o'clock and it took me half an hour to get to work, I was up at 25 past 5.
Damn right, now that's the go. I do the same
No
generally.
breakfast, run.
Nah, prep the night before, which is fuck all prep.
Oh,
But yeah.
yeah. I like to get up and be up. I like to be awake when I actually go to work, not looking like a damn zombie.
I want to be a zombie.
Depends what work you do, buddy. I'm alone in an excavator. I got no one to impress.
Well, I'm not trying to impress nobody. I just like me. I have what they used to
Oh,
call morning
fair
brain. Like,
enough.
it takes me a couple hours before my brain actually gets running.
That's me.
No, fair
and
enough.
it's-
And,
My
and I
missus
didn't
is like
mean it in a suck
Yeah.
grovel way either, dude. So
If
sorry.
don't wanna end up-
my missus catches the bus at 8 o'clock to start work at 9. She's up about 5. And
Hey,
I've been telling her for 20. Ugh, it's Melody. Jeez.
Yeah.
Melman.
Hi, Melody. How you doing?
Can you actually
Full
hear
on
me?
now. That's full on. That's 4
I
hours.
can hear you.
Oh God.
Can hear you fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I decided to go off of my phone again, just because I don't know why. Like I had so much freaking
What is
trouble.
that, Melody, on your picture? Is that a bison or something?
Bison.
Yeah.
North
No,
American
that's a
bison.
mum.
Oh, what?
There is
I'm
buffalo
kidding,
in Europe.
I'm kidding.
Oh.
It's a bison.
What did you say? Wait a minute. Say that again. Holly.
Buffaloes in
It's,
Africa.
it's a picture of your mum, but I'm kidding.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
You fucking dick. That's hilarious.
Well, it's very small and it's hard to see. So yeah.
No, it's so that's in Yellowstone. I took that.
That's
Oh,
I'll
real.
use the
Little
excuse that I
fucker.
was looking at it on my phone, and yeah, it's a really, really small picture. But
That's
you know,
Rouse
I'm not.
neighbourhood, isn't it, Melody?
Are there lots of.
What's that?
Are there
That's
lots of
Rouse
bison?
neighbourhood, Yellowstone Park, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's where I took that picture. Was in Yellowstone.
Oh, it's round.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Rouse,
it was
yeah.
it was so beautiful there. I would recommend everybody going there. But yeah, like some people, I swear, like I don't mean to be okay, I don't really give a shit. But like I swear to God, like the Chinese, they like will go up to these fucking buffalo, like like they're not gonna charge them, and it's always the Chinese. Like that's what they were doing because they wanted to take photos of everything. And I'm just
You
like,
want a
dude,
selfie?
you dumbasses.
There's also a high correlation with younger Americans doing that. American tourists going to other countries and being like, "Oh, it's a tiger. Hello, tiger."
Yeah.
Like, retarded.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
the thing
definitely.
Trumps is good. The gene pool deserves them.
It's survival of the fittest for sure.
Well,
Well, kinda. It's good that the stupid gets sorted out. That way they can't breed.
I mean, like, so like whenever I was a bunch of animals. So you guys know that I've been to like South Africa and went to like the game parks. So yeah, you
Melody has
respect
jungle
that.
fever.
yeah, show off, why don't you?
You don't. Yeah, you respect that, and I don't see anybody getting out of their cars. But one thing
But
that
you're
you
not
can
supposed
do,
to.
huh?
You're not supposed to get out and approach them. They tell you not to
No.
approach the animals.
No, of
On-
course.
on
Well,
safari,
they don't
don't they?
allow
Yeah.
it. But so there was one time that I decided to kind of get on. I rolled down my window and then I got out of it and just set my butt on the window, but I was taking photos of a giraffe and this woman came by and she's like, "You can't do that." And I just acted really stupid. But one thing that you can do is roll down your window and I think I've already said this, but they just think that it's the car. So you can do that.
Mm.
Chuck Norris kicked a horse in the chin, thus creating giraffes.
I
And
have
he was
Chuck
his silence again.
That's definitely
North
legit.
Table
I can
giraffe.
tell. I can tell by the sound of that. It's definitely legit.
Yeah. Or he knows biology.
Yeah, that's what they teach us.
So let's discuss the correlation with people who like to use animals as their AVI and bestiality.
What
Oh.
the?
Oh,
Okay.
my.
Oh my god. Okay, what was the first term? What was that like?
Melody,
relating
have
to?
you ever done a donkey show in Mexico?
I've heard, of course, I've heard of it. Like that's like the thing in Tijuana, apparently.
Yeah.
But
You want a donkey show?
Yeah,
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 I did a video this week, and I'd just like to put out an apology to Trobes, but I did a video this week on how 10 uses or something on how to use a dead cat.
I did not
Oh.
watch it.
I
did not.
Okay.
So let me explain. One, I did not watch it because I wouldn't like it. Two, and
I
you
didn't
probably
thought about you after, man. Sorry.
I love cats. I'm a cat lover too,
But-
like Charles.
so yes. What I think, and I'm sure you'll disagree with me on this, but I'll just tell you
It
what I
wasn't
think.
done in seriousness, is all I want to slip in.
Hold on, that's what I'm about. That's what I'm about to cover.
Yeah, right.
So humor is not like a magical thing that's outside the realm of reality.
I get this.
What you find amusing is part of who you are. And I cannot find humor in the harm of an animal. It's just not funny to me.
no,
There's
it's
no
horrible.
harm in it
No, that's
either. There's no
disgusting.
harm in it.
Well,
It's
I
using a
kinda-
dead. No, I won't.
kinda linked
No,
with
I
being
won't
a-
say
a
nothing. It's all good.
psychopath.
I'm not doing a
I
political.
I don't see how
bureaucratic
anybody could
fucking-
find humor in that.
Well, it's
Oh.
kind of more of a psychopath kind of thing. Like psychopaths tend to be the ones that torture animals and stuff like that.
It's not like using your cat's ass as a pencil sharpener. It's like using your dead cat as a fucking door stop or a fucking draft stop for a door. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not talking about evil
You
dead
could do that.
uses.
You could do that even as an animal lover. If like some people love their
I don't
animals
know.
Some
so
cats
much.
might love that with a pencil. Okay.
Some
That's,
people love their animals so much they get them stuffed after they die, and then
Yeah,
they use them like that.
Exactly,
The
though. Exactly,
taxidermy
man.
thing.
I'm not
That's so
evil.
creepy.
Mate. I've got
Yeah,
an
to be fair.
awesome cat. I have a really awesome cat, dude.
What-
To be
My-
fair,
my
I think
friend-
I've had a few stuffed animals.
It was
myself.
on the funny side, not the evil
Yeah.
funny side or
The
nothing.
difference,
my-
the difference being it's humor, it's a joke, it makes people laugh. You're not showing
It's
videos
subjective.
of you doing it.
No,
Yeah, it
exactly.
absolutely does. It's a joke. It makes people laugh. But the point I'm making is it's not separate from it's not a island outside of reality. It literally what you find amusing is part of who you are, and that
I
goes
disagree.
back to the psychology. Like
Well,
nothing
I believe
happened.
you'll only get offended by the title of my video, not the video.
Well, that I didn't
And my
get
video
offended.
does have hilarious in it.
I disagree
You know,
that it's part of
So
you.
hold on, like let's get into this. So do you believe
He didn't watch the video because of the title, though.
True,
Yeah.
but no, I
Mhm.
was not offended. I just knew that I wouldn't enjoy it. But like
Yeah, but I'm saying that you probably would.
maybe I might end up watching it. That the
I'm
door's
saying
not
you're offended.
I'm not pushing you to be a dick here. I'm pushing you because of the
I'm
specific.
saying you're offended, or you would have watched it.
I disagree. So
Yeah.
whether or not I watch something has more to do with whether or not I think it's a good use of my time than it has to
Interesting.
do. Yes. It has more to do with that than it has to like, oh my God, like cats dead. That pisses me out. Like, no, it's
No.
Ah, excellent. I expected
So
nothing
tell
else.
me
I agree. I
how
understand.
reality relates to a comedian.
so like what I'm getting at here
I knew
is
I'd get it. I was going for that one.
humor itself. Like
Yeah.
a lot of people look at it like it's this magical thing that has no bearing on reality. That's not true. Like everything you can think of, anything in some way, shape, or form goes back to you and your personality. And humor is not an
Absolutely.
exception to that.
I can't agree with that.
Why? Like I don't understand how
That's
you
where
could.
your
I think
humor
there
comes from.
There are a
So I
lot of
follow.
people. There are a lot of people who will go up on stage and tell jokes, and they are jokes. Yeah,
Yeah, but that's like a
absolutely
black person
nothing to do
doing
with that
nigger
person's life.
jokes.
So
for no
so hold
reason.
on. That's different. So a comedian will. That's a whole different deal because I'm not talking. It's not necessarily their humor. It's what they think will make other people laugh. That's different.
Yes. Yes.
So what I'm talking about is individuals, not comedians, but people like the person that is doing the laughing. That is where it goes back to them psychologically.
Like-
you
like
can't deny
sometimes-
that.
Oh,
No.
see, I find funny is
No.
a perfectly timed fart. Like if you're getting walked
I
into an
love
elevator-
fart jokes, and I know Melody here hates fart jokes.
Oh my
so
God,
this is a
it's
great
disgusting.
contrast.
Gross.
It's a
They
change.
don't do much for
If-
me, I must admit.
If the person in the
Oh,
audience,
mate, you just whack out a fart now, like sound effect, and you'll have 4 people laughing and 2 won't.
Anybody find that funny?
There's exactly.
Disgusting.
There's 2. I was close.
I've never even heard of
Um,
anybody that does.
So I agree
Yeah.
that fart jokes are funny, but I still don't take back my earlier statement. It tells you something
I still disagree.
fundamentally about me that I find farts funny. Like I don't see how you can separate like what you find funny from who the person is because it's literally a byproduct of their personality. Like
Exactly.
You
It's
can't
subjective, so
get
it
out
goes
of
with
it.
the subject.
No,
So that's why I brought
I
up
think
farts.
I think a
Some people
person
it's
in the
funny,
audience.
some it's not.
No, I could be educated here. I like this. Right. So
I think you're on a
I've
slightly
already-
different topic now because I agree with you as well.
I've already said that a comedian will tell jokes that they really don't agree with. They're horrible.
yeah, I agreed with that point.
Laugh. Right. So let's reverse that and put the guy in the audience, the woman in the audience, whatever, donkey in the audience, I don't care, right? Who understands the joke.
Mhm.
That's got nothing to do with their personality. Do they find that funny? That joke,
So there's
Bloody-
another. I think you're getting into another element here, and that's the societal effect or the.
no, it's just a very good written, well presented, well scripted, well constructed joke.
But no matter what, a joke is not a joke. It's highly subjective and dependent on the character of the person receiving the joke. Like
Yeah.
you can take
Unless
a
the
joke.
person understands humor.
There is no universal humor. There is no like
not.
this is funny. That don't exist. It's
Yeah,
like
I'm just picking an individual as opposed
Right.
to the comedian's an individual.
True,
Another
true.
comedian might not find that comedian's jokes funny.
but true. But even the comedian himself may not find the joke funny.
No,
a
true,
comedian
may
is
not.
not. A comedian's not in the business of making himself laugh.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't like this fallacious comedian concept.
Why?
I just don't like it. This idea that a comedian's using comedy that he doesn't believe in, because then it's this passion behind your art kind of
I
don't know how to
agree.
explain it properly.
I agree, but it depends on what you're.
but I don't know how to explain it properly.
So I can agree
Right.
with that, and I think
I
that happens
accept
a
that
lot.
it happens in real life. Don't get me
Yeah.
wrong.
Well, it's a job.
I'm not
It's-
denying it. Exactly. But that's
Yeah.
a shitty way to do your job.
No.
I don't know. I could see it
Does
both ways.
a writer believe
Like,
that
Right-wing comedians are very
Frankenstein's monster
dry in their
is-
humor.
Yeah,
where left-
I get it.
left
A
can
writer's
be
allowed
very-
to write fiction. I get it. I
No.
get it. I get it. It's a
Does
similar thing.
Frankenstein's monster make the writer think that they believe in
I
Frankenstein's
understand
monster?
your reasoning, Mal. I
but-
just, there's a little bit of
Yeah, yeah.
ickiness there that
Humor
I
isn't
don't
universal.
like and I can't grasp properly.
But
No,
like
I think-
sometimes, like for me, I'll change my views. So I was watching a Netflix, and it was a comedian, and I noticed that I had my thumbs down on one of his other videos, and then this time I liked it, and I almost didn't watch it, but I decided, okay, well, let's do. And I thought it was funny as fuck, but it was because there was a lot of racial nuances that were put in there, and I was just kind of against that before. But I've opened up my just everything about me, and so I can understand it a little bit more. And so I thought it was funny as shit. But it was like just a year ago, and I was so closed off on it. And so definitely you can change your views. I mean, even in a year.
Well, it depends how they
Um,
go about the racial jokes too. So some of them can have good fun where it's not derogatory. Like
Mhm.
right wingers go very derogatory against race.
And
Where
that's a good example of what I'm talking about. So that, like, when someone makes an offhanded,
It's not
extremely
white fucker.
vulgar black joke, for example, which is very common, and people laugh at it, that you can't separate the fact that you think that there's a reason you find that funny. You don't just magically have like an arbitrary humor. Like, you find that funny because you believe that it's true, or that you believe that they're inferior. That's why you find it funny.
What if the black guy
the
laughs?
comprehension level of it, how you comprehend it.
If the black
I
guy
will
laughs,
laugh at white cracker jokes just as much.
so I can agree with that, but still,
No, it's not the same.
so
Why
A
not?
black person can make jokes about white people, but
No, not true.
okay. So
I
This
just-
is a
I've seen that Chinese
non-idealistic
guy
situation
get the piss
now.
taken out of him with racial jokes.
it
and
also
he was
depends on the
rolling
jokes,
laughing.
because
And
you
he's
can
a
make
comedian.
you can make a racial joke that isn't like derogatory, that's not intentionally like
It's just funny.
yes, yeah, it's funny, but it's not like
It's
offensive.
clean, funny. Yeah.
Yes,
There you go.
you can do that, and I've laughed at jokes like that before.
I mean,
Yeah,
like for
There's a
instance,
Mexican guy I like watching. He makes
Dave
like
Chappelle.
all kinds of jokes, and his execution's good, and it's not dirty. It's
Yeah.
just, it's
Like an
funny.
Asian comedian giving Asians shit about their driving type shit.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah,
and
that
so
is funny.
It's funny because it's a stereotype that a lot of us have, and usually stereotypes are based on some thread of truth, and that's why it's funny. But
Yeah.
like,
just like I was saying about Chinese people taking too many pictures, and there's so many of them, and they wear like visors. All of the women wear visors. I don't know. There's a
Yeah.
plethora.
Yeah.
of them.
The thing about Asians is there's so many of them. All they've got to do is start a rumor and it will become belief because of statistical math.
When I was in university,
Exactly.
we went out,
Yeah.
waiting to go into the classroom, we were waiting to go in for our lecture. And as it happens, there's a whole classroom full of Japanese kids in there, right? Youngsters. And as they're filing out one by one, every single one of them's getting their phone out. All of them. No one-
I found this really funny. Is I don't know
Now,
if you
that's
guys
in the
see,
90s.
the Cambodia and Thailand are going to war with each other, and
what?
Thailand
Yeah. This is just
Thailand
recent,
bombed-
right?
Thailand bombed a Cambodian military base, and the general that
Oh.
was killed was General Ching Chong. I just fucking found that. Like
Oh,
that has to be
God.
the most racist name ever, General Ching Chong.
Well, it's racist because we have a racist thing, Ching Chong. We because we don't
Ching
understand
Chong.
because
There
we
you
don't
go.
understand it.
We had one here on the news in the, I think it was the 80s or something like that. Like, and it was on the front page of the news on newspapers and things like this. And the guy said, "Why are you taking the piss out of me? Because my name is Fuck you."
Hey, Dad, was it you that brought up the
I wonder-
Cambodia
I
thing
wonder
just a
why.
few days ago? The Thailand, Cambodia? Like, this is just a real thing? Because I haven't heard about it
Yeah,
anywhere else.
yeah, it's a real
Yeah,
thing. It's they're going to war with each other.
It's current.
There's actually a
happening
guy
now.
in chat that's what he has as his name.
You know what's funny about that is that the fact that the guy had somebody need to explain to him why it was funny. I think that's what
Yeah.
makes it funny.
He probably didn't understand the word "fuck." The English
Exactly.
version.
It's not
It was
English.
like
English.
FUK, Fuck you.
Yeah, it's like PHOQUE.
Have you seen the
that's-
Chinese
the
warships that they've got in preparation to take over Thailand, Gats?
Oh,
Nope.
they
They got
just
these
did a
big-
simulation where they went through 100 times the simulation, and 99 times China defeats America in the whole Thailand conflict.
Oh, but if you're thinking otherwise, you're seriously deluded in my mind as an outsider.
If it comes down to tonnage, America has way more tonnage of battleship, but China has just so many and so many people. They
You're
outnumber
relying
us
on
like
the
3 to
Netherlands
1,
for your
4 to 1.
semiconductors for your drones, and you're running out of rare earth, both that China has
Well-
without any outside source. You need
Yeah,
both
they
of
don't have
those.
anything.
You need them to run your technological
have
wars. It
rare
does not
earth.
matter how much money you invest.
That's why they go to other countries.
China will
It's
win.
just we don't
They're
have
too
the
rich.
infrastructure in place to mine it and actually process
Exactly.
it.
You
China has
could
all
have
the
the capability. I'm not shitting on America. I'm shitting on your current bureaucracy,
I
as
will.
always. And I know you guys know that.
That's why
I'll shit
Biden,
on America all day.
I don't know.
did
With
the
a
CHIPS
greater
Act.
bureaucracy, you'd have a better infrastructure. You'd have, mate, Biden shits on everything. He had better economy. He deported more illegals. All this crap that all the fucking Republicans say that
Biden did
fucking
the
Trump's
CHIP Act,
better
which
at.
was going to make it so we made our chips
It's
here
full
at
on.
home. But instead, Trump canceled the CHIPS Act, and now we have to go back to
Wow.
depending on Taiwan. 90% of our chips comes from a single
Wow.
company in Taiwan.
I was told Netherlands, the single company in Netherlands, because China's blocking you from Taiwan.
The
or something
Netherlands
like
makes
that.
the Netherlands has the machine that makes chips. They're the single
Okay.
company in the
Yeah,
world,
no, you could definitely be
TIMA or
right.
something like that. The Netherlands,
cool.
that company makes the machine that makes chips, and they're the only company
See,
in the
that
world that makes
sticks
them.
in my head because that just spins me out. What the fuck's Netherlands got to do with anything? But apparently they're a big player because of this one thing.
Well, just because machine,
yeah.
other companies, Samsung is the other big chip maker. Samsung, and then the TI something M in Taiwan.
Cool.
But Taiwan makes the most high quality chips.
These Chinese ships that are ready to take over Taiwan have got these big, massive arms on the front of them with a hook at the end, and they'll just go up to Taiwan, they'll drop down, dunk, and then tanks just drive out of the ships like a fucking torrent of tanks.
They're landing craft.
Full on. Yeah. They look brutal.
That kind of look goofy, I think, but
a lot of people are like,
but they're going to just like send in semen of Chinese all over Thailand.
Yeah,
I mean?
if you looked how the Chinese went
Nice
against
pun,
so if you go back to North Korea, well, the whole Korean conflict, so China started helping North Korea at the end of the fight. They sent in like 120,000 Chinese. There was 20,000 U.S. Marines and UK Marines stationed at one point. They killed something like 20 to 30,000 of the Chinese, and they just retreated. They were farming them for XP, basically.
Damn.
Like, so when it comes down to the caliber of your troops and how well they're actually trained, China hasn't ever been in a war really since like 1937 when they're in the war with Japan, and they got their shit stomped in by Japan. Japan's
Yeah, I
a
know,
tiny
but
little country.
your current army hasn't really been in much of a war because you haven't been in one. Oh,
We've
no, you
been
have.
in
Sorry,
conflict
Middle East.
since
Yeah.
World War
Sorry, I'm
II.
naive.
True, but in current years, everything is like proxy wars. So like we hire mercenary groups, we do drone warfare, like this applies not just to us, like pretty much the world over. Like troops just aren't
It's all
experienced
going to end
anymore.
that way, isn't it? It's all going to go robots on the
It's a
battlefield and
reduction.
drones in the
The
air.
UK, Australia, and France are in most of our conflicts with us too. So I mean, we're not the only ones implicated in this. Much of Europe was with us.
Not denying. No.
Anywhere we go, Australia tags along.
Of course.
I'm going to drop out, I think,
we-
guys.
we
It's
need you
getting
guys
too
as an
late.
Later,
ally.
Andy.
All right, dude, take it
See
easy.
you, brother.
Yeah.
Thanks for try a stream,
Have fun.
man. Awesome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for
In the
coming.
Middle East,
Yeah,
we
see you
have the
later.
UK all the time with
Hey,
us.
Dominic.
Like, and Canada. Canada's another one that goes where we go.
I mean, if we don't have you guys as allies, then we have to. I mean, basically have to
You
admit
become
defeat
owned
to
by
China
China if
now.
it's not for us.
Exactly.
I mean,
Exactly.
Australia's tiny.
And we don't want to be owned by you or China. We just want to be our own fucking selves like any other
California
planet.
has
But
a
obviously,
bigger population
the
than you.
general
They're
method
taking
here
over
is there's going to
all
be
countries.
4 major powers in the end, and there'll be 4 major banks, obviously, like currencies. And
Oh,
it'll
no, they're
be
probably
like
just
an
one.
American, an Asian, a European, and a Middle Eastern.
But
And
see,
all
Japan
the
isn't.
small
I don't
countries
think
and
they'll be
islands in the middle
separate.
will be usurped and sucked up. No, you're
I
right,
don't-
Mal.
Yeah,
There'll
but
probably be 2
I
in
don't
the
think
end.
it all sounds like you're giving the impression it'll all be separate, and I don't think it will, because I think the
What
world
do you
is
mean
too
by
small.
that?
now.
You're thinking it's a universal?
I don't think
Yeah,
there's a
I think
way
the world is
to.
too small now.
I don't think you can separate globalism. It's gone too far. You can't
Yeah, but
compartmentalize the
there's
world.
too much feudalism still.
Yeah, it will end under the right. Might makes right. So might will end eventually take over everything, or AI.
Now
AI
that's
would be the
true.
unifier.
That's true.
Yeah,
But
but then
what
when
I'm
you've
saying
got one
is,
power, you've got no competition. You need competition for
Not when it comes to a
advancement.
banking system.
I agree. But like
Yeah. We
either
need
way,
we need as much variety as possible for survival, but that's being reduced by the fucking.
I don't think might has made right since bows and arrows.
I've
What?
never
it has.
ever agreed with that
Just
shit.
look
Like,
at the Roman
Yeah,
Empire.
either have I.
The Roman Empire
That's
went
just
in
a
and
force.
stomped anybody who got in their way.
oh, that's true. That's true. So
Yeah,
I'm
it
I'm
doesn't
looking
make
at it
right.
from a
Can't
moral
do that.
perspective.
America
It
can't
makes
stomp
fucking
anybody who gets
domination.
in
It
the
doesn't
Right.
make right.
Right.
You
So it
can't
is
do it.
true. It's true that it works. It is not true
Yeah.
that it's okay, that it's moral,
Exactly.
that it's how it
It
should
doesn't
be.
make right. It makes domination.
Right.
This
I
is
agree.
like Christianity being fucking so fucking great, but it's not. It's only so prevalent because of violence.
Well,
Yep.
we have like the UK to thank for like the Saudi Arabia whole conflict. The UK funded the most radical Arabs, and then so they could take over the whole Arab Peninsula.
Yeah, because they wanted it. Yeah.
They wanted control of it, so then they
Yeah.
manipulated them, and now we have the most like bloodthirsty people running Saudi Arabia.
And we are
I am
really
all
good
for a
allies with them.
universal fucking Star Trek kind of economy, but you know, there's just not enough people that agree with that to make that happen.
I mean, and then
And
you can go back to look at Napoleon. You go back to the English Empire. The English conquered the Ottomans, the Zulu, multiple other people. They went in, like they took Hong Kong from China. Like England dominated a lot of people and just stole most of their rare artifacts and land.
I mean, to be fair, the British are the biggest empire there's ever been. Apart from America.
They started it with religious context. We need a non-secular context so we can have some truth behind everything rather than a system whatever the system, I don't care.
Well, China is
Every
atheist.
system so far is done. Yeah, cool.
Well,
And that's
China
what I really
is
like about it.
China is
But-
atheistic in government, but it's not atheistic
No,
in
generally.
practice.
It's
No,
exactly. Well, the
no.
problem is there's still fucking conspiracy and fucking lies and all that shit. And what I was getting at with my point is removing the religion to remove the woo, so we can
No.
fucking actually survive with a truth system rather than a system
Well,
of
it's
control.
about money. It's not religion anymore.
No.
It hasn't been religion since.
Exactly. No,
No,
exactly.
no, no.
But the concept
Well-
is a control concept.
Right.
And I want to fucking strive for humanity rather than strive for wealth or a capitalism. I strive for the greater good.
I
as
agree with you.
individuals.
I completely agree with you, but that's not happening anytime soon. We're in a very bad
No.
era.
It's not idealistic. I mean, that's idealistic, and that's hard. That's the Star Trekky kind of way.
Oh, I agree with
it-
you, but
It's not going to be the greater good until we have artificial intelligence that can basically run the show and control everything.
Yeah, but if we have artificial intelligence and robots, we will no longer have humanity with a long enough
Oh, we'll
timeline.
still have humanity. It's just
as a
AI
slave.
will become the leader basically, and
Yeah,
it
exactly.
will be able
Yeah,
to.
why?
the
Well,
problem
Right.
with that is I believe that the wealthy people that create AI are very aware of that possibility, and they will not give up their power. So they are creating AI that's controllable.
You're going to
And-
have 4, 5, 6 of them. The rest of them will go to the wall.
And they will save their dumb genetic generations that spawn from them rather than saving the poorer generations that are on
Well,
the planet.
That's the
They will
problem.
kill
is-
off the 7 billion.
Well,
to
that's
save the
always
1 billion of spastics that they spawn.
True.
And that is a greater problem for humanity in
what
500
we
years.
actually need to do is actually have a smaller population, so therefore nature
A
can
culling!
recover.
A culling! Yes! Yes,
The
a
rich-
culling of the rich!
No, the rich are going to cull most other people. So once robotics
Fuck
and
yeah,
AI,
so let's get the 1% first.
Okay,
There's
let's-
99% of us. That means
Sorry.
we only have to use small sticks to
Sorry.
beat them up.
I agree
The
with
begin-
that,
the
but
beginning of-
like we need enough people.
Sounds like Finnegan now.
Like, I could
Wear
agree
the
with
skins, my brothers. Ha
My
Sorry,
problem
this has been his
is,
thing
as
all
I
week.
said already, it's not the case of, oh, we're going to have AI do take over and do this and that and the other. No, the problem is our own cognitive, critical thinking abilities.
yes,
agree.
That's where your problem's going to be.
yes, and
The
that
further
relates.
down it goes, the more on AI we're going to rely on. Why? Because
Absolutely.
we
We need a good way to educate critical
rely on
thinking, and I
technology for
don't know it
everything.
yet.
eventually we won't have the cognitive ability to contradict it. Now
Mhm.
we've found-
So help me come up
Of
with
course
this
not.
now, a better way of
It's
explaining
as smart
critical
as a
thinking
whole
and teaching
country
it
full
to
of
the
geniuses.
chatters we crap onto.
it's going to be AI. One data center will be like having a billion geniuses in one area. It's going to soon be so smart that you're never going to be able to tell it it's wrong in anything, because it's going to correct you on everything that you're wrong at.
Well,
Like-
and
I
one
disagree.
thing, and one thing about the data centers that is driving up the electricity bills for everybody. Like,
It's
I
because
don't,
we're
I
in
don't
an
mean like
AI
everybody.
race.
So like
Whoever-
especially like in Virginia, because that is where the vast majority of them are, and so it's
Don't worry,
raising that.
Melody.
It's
You
out of
got a
control.
president that says drill, baby, drill. You've got unlimited
What?
energy. You got a president that says drill, baby, drill. You're laughing.
and it just it
Oh, I
keeps
thought you were
going.
talking to
Well, because
Melody.
we
then. I
don't
thought you
have the
meant
grid
grill, baby,
system
grill.
to
Our
we,
grid
we
can't
don't have the
support.
grid center, so it's insane, and they just keep building them, and
Our
then
electric grid's from the 1960s, basically. It hasn't been fully renovated for a long time.
wow.
It's slowly being done privately, but they don't want to invest in that because it's about quarterly profits.
could you imagine like having a home next to that? All of these data centers. I mean, that would be
There's a guy on YouTube.
horrible.
I've watched a guy on YouTube that says that he lives beside one and it has ruined his life, and there's nothing
Yes.
he can do. He can't do anything
Yes.
about it.
I
Some
saw
of these
that
people are being
too.
hyperbolic though, because
Because-
they don't make much noise. Like
Well,
the water
no,
is
but they
is
do.
pumped
Whenever
in. They're not putting
So I saw
chemicals in the
one.
water. They're just pumping water and it cools the systems and it's pumped back out. Like it's just a through of water for
It's-
cooling. It's not like
It's
fracking.
still
It could
it's
be
still
hyperbole.
using water, but I don't think it's that much. But you're right, Charles, about it. It ruins people that like live next to them. So I've heard of like this humming. So whenever you try to go to sleep, it's just you can hear something. It's kind of like what I would think
Look up
is if
videos
you.
of crypto mining setups. Like people have hundreds of GPUs set up, freaking running cryptos. It's all those little fans in there all simultaneously.
That would drive me.
That's
That would
actually
drive
what I
me
was
fucking
thinking of.
crazy.
But
It would get me, but
sound dampening on the walls would easily do away with that, most of that. And if you're like a couple hundred feet away from it, you're not going to hear shit.
Try living next to an airport.
Well, no, that's not what I saw on a couple of YouTube videos.
So it's hard to tell, and I say this even though I saw the YouTube video, I have to say automatically, when it comes to YouTube, you have to always take shit with a grain of salt because a lot of times they make videos just to make money, and they want shit to be crazy, fear mongering, like so there's a lot of bullshit, and I might have watched some bullshit that was purposefully exaggerated.
Works.
It does. It's the human brain is wired toward negativity.
It's a safety mechanism. Because it's like if a prehistoric man was walking through the forest and he heard a twig snap and he didn't do anything about it, there's 99% chance that it was nothing, but there's that 1% chance it was a predator.
And he
wouldn't. But if you ran from it every time, then you have a higher survival
forest, mate. That's a myth.
I don't think that's there now.
I guess I would have to be around one for, I don't know, maybe like a week just to see if that humming would happen.
The main problem is
sounds horrible.
Live next door to, I think it's Heathrow, is the busiest airport in the world, where there are planes taking off and landing every 30 seconds.
Screw that.
I stayed in people's houses that were next to railroad tracks. You hear trains going through all the time. The house would shake.
The freaking property, the property better be like 50% of what it costs anywhere else. That's the only way.
These houses are shaking. You have to live.
You've got two Heathrows at Heathrow off memory, right? You've got like a Heathrow that you got to catch a bus half an hour away to get to the other side of Heathrow Airport.
Yeah, that's the one you got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there as a
like one of the busiest airports in the entire world.
That's what he just said, Melody. Fucking oath.
Okay, sorry. Blah, blah, blah.
No. Like it's like two airports in one, and it's like an hour apart.
Melody,
like it's pretty full on, dude.
I
was not giving you shit.
They want to build another runway there. Yeah, it's insane.
What the fuck is so great about this small little dot on the globe that you call UK that warrants the busiest fucking airport?
Transatlantic planes stop there and then they go to another.
I love UK. It was one of the best places to visit. Don't get me wrong, but it blows me away on the population. It was, I said. I went there in the 80s.
England is one of the closest for transatlantic flights.
We are only the 9th biggest island in the world, and we have 60-odd million people living here.
Yeah,
to get from there to LA, you've got to go over the North Pole. So I've been over the North Pole as well.
Flights, your American flights, so they're going to stop at England, refuel, and then from England they're going to take off and go to wherever else they're going.
Yes.
Yeah. From here, a lot of the exchanges are like Singapore.
That makes a lot of sense.
So you got to change before then.
Yeah.
I think we're the 9th biggest island in the world, and there are 60-odd million people living here.
And
I'd love to go back there, but I just don't want to get stabbed.
A lot of it's like your FedEx, your UPS, like your freight planes are coming in and out. Like that's a lot of most of your traffic.
Business people. Yeah, business traffic, dude. It's just insane. Yeah, and that's just
that's all going to change here soon. Like once AI starts, like AI it's cut through. It's going for like the white collar, your businessmen, your stock traders, things like that, and it's actually getting rid of those jobs first, not the actual laborer jobs.
True. You think so?
UK has all the Muslims and shit these days, and Indians and Pakis and stuff, and America has the cougars and bears and weird fucking shit like that. And you motherfuckers give us crap about spiders.
Well, honestly, the things that we have are scary only because you haven't experienced them. They're not dangerous.
I've seen the size of a bear's hand, man. That is
the size. Hold on, the size of a bear's hand does not dictate its danger to you.
Fucking those claws, mate. That's fucking.
So I've lived here for 40 years and I have yet to see a bear in the wild.
So yes,
bigger than a fucking redback, mate.
So there's two things to consider. One, and that's what Gadwin just went over, and that's the rarity of the animals. They're very rare.
We say this to you all the time. You never see our snakes, bastards. You never see our spiders. The only ones you do is a huntsman.
Honestly, it's the
lick you to death.
Yeah. No, those are like huge fucking spiders.
It's the exact
Spiders
same thing.
Are cuddly and furry in there.
Look, it's the same thing in reverse. Like you fear bears because of lack of experience. We fear your shit because we don't know anything about it.
Fucking oath, mate. Drop bear. Drop bear. That's the funniest fucking thing, man. The only thing you're gonna get from a drop bear is chlamydia.
What is drop bear
comes from? Oh, it's a koala bear.
Oh,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was picking on Maggie earlier.
Jesus Christ!
I was saying she drives around with drop bears that die.
That's.
Buddy,
I heard about
no
that.
offense, like, but how did you know you get chlamydia from a drop bear?
I knew that.
Oh, you bastard! Shit! Mate, ask Mama Dingo.
It's the bacteria on them. They have the bacteria for chlamydia on them. So you're always supposed to wash your hands after handling a koala bear.
Absolutely, every single one of them has it, apparently. So yeah.
Are they actually?
And another true thing is wombats actually do square poos. We can get into that at a further time, but that is a real thing.
Isn't that brilliant?
It is pretty cool, man.
So is there?
I did do a video on that once, but it was a while ago, and it's not on my channel.
So is there a rectal canal like square shaped?
They shit.
They must have a sphincter.
It's sort of like that, mate. Yeah.
So I would assume that the walls are more solid, like harder.
They block them up and do make a wall with their turds for some reason. I forget why, but yeah, you're right. It is to do with the shape of the outlet.
Just easier to stack, isn't it?
It's kind of like Play-Doh. So, like, if you have one of those little Play-Doh things and you change the end on it, and then when you squish the Play-Doh out, it comes out in different shapes, like stars and stuff.
So that tells me if I ever get truly like demented and decide to like move on to animals, do not fuck with wombats because that anus is not going to feel good.
It's not going to fit.
You're going to have to adjust your penis. Yes.
They'll come out looking blocky.
See, this brings us this brings us back to our earlier conversation about what you find funny reflects on you.
You do wombat. Sorry, couldn't stop myself.
Props. There are two things here, and I agree with the thing about people's like your background, the way you grew up, and things like this, blah blah blah. I can laugh at just about anything. I can make a joke about just about anything. So then on the flip side of that is you've got comedians who are like writers, and they're really good with words and they're very clever.
Artists,
and if you've got people in your audience who are also that way mentally focused, they can understand jokes.
Well, you're not going to go say a comedian you don't like.
But because you understand a joke does not make it funny. What makes it funny is that your personality finds that humorous. Like that how can you deny that? That's a fact. Like that's not an opinion.
Mine does, but then
I love cats.
If a comedian tells another comedian a joke, the other comedian knows how that joke is being constructed.
That is true.
It's really, really funny. But
yes.
Laugh.
So what I think is we're talking about two different things. So when the comedian is talking to the other comedian, the comedian is viewing it from an overarching will people find this funny perspective. he's not funneling it through his sense of humor. Comedians don't do that because that's
they don't.
useless. So that's a whole different thing. I'm talking about an individual's like
Yes, different ways of looking at it.
yeah.
I mean, if a comedian tells, you're sitting there with a group of other comedians, and he tells a joke, they're looking at the construction of the joke,
right,
and they
right.
think that's brilliant.
So I
That's
agree with
really
you.
funny.
I agree with you. That's a completely
don't
different
laugh.
thing. True. So
Well, Mao, I got something for you. When you were a kid, did you blow bubbles?
Which end?
Awesome response. Perfect.
Oh, because you were looking for you earlier.
Well, if you want to get down to the nitty gritty, so like, so AIDS came from gay men like fucking monkeys.
No, that's wrong.
that's a theory, and I think it's been debunked. But I
No,
wasn't 100%.
I know it's not. That's my like attempt to making humor out of.
Oh.
I know that's completely.
I don't think Melody would.
That is fallacy. No, okay. That was a joke. That was a joke, and it was a horrible joke. But that's what I'm going on.
So that goes back to what I said. In order to find that humorous, you need to have some sort of like negative connotation with gay people.
No, but as a gay person, I think a lot of them, they would find that really funny just because they know that it's bullshit and that people
but they find it funny for a different reason. So why you find something funny is just as important of whether or not you find it funny in the first place. So it does get complicated, but what I'm referring to,
well, it does depend on the delivery. It's always about that.
That's true. That's on the comedian side, and that's absolutely
I think it's
true.
more important.
Yeah, it's timing for that.
I agree.
I think why you find it funny is more important.
I agree too.
If somebody just says that out loud, no, that's not funny. That's disgusting.
I was in the other room. All I'm thinking of is Melody spanking my monkey.
So for me, what happened, delivery and all that's important, but
I was just thinking of like a comedian.
Right. And I'm looking at it from that perspective now. So when I find something like that funny, I find it funny based on perceived intent of the person telling the joke. If I think that the intent of the person telling the joke is to use a joke in order to spread hatred or some shit, I will not find it funny.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%.
That's subjective.
I have one that's going viral today. I was watching this news video. It was about a robot that for gay pride, they dressed it up with rainbows and shit, and it was acting gay. And I put a comment. I figured the robot would be binary. And people just love that fucking what I said. I'm just getting all kinds of likes and shit on it.
That's funny.
It's pretty good, Gads.
That is pretty good.
That's a Gadwin joke, I like that one.
My favorite joke currently is something about the difference between scissoring and the runs, or lesbian scissoring and the runs, or a lesbian running with scissors. I can't remember. Yeah, never mind. What's worse, a lesbian running? Yeah, well, never mind.
I always wondered, is diarrhea like PMS for gay men?
I've always called.
God,
that's a shitty joke.
Oh God.
Yeah, no, that would be funny for even like a gay person. Actually, they would think it was just retarded because it's so lame. But
a lot of that also goes back to the what do I call it? The security, the self-esteem of the person in question. A person that's secure can laugh at themselves and jokes that are targeted towards something that represents them.
True.
Yeah.
But I'll still say I won't find something funny. It's not because I'm offended. It's because I know. It's what I said before. If I know the intent of the person is to spread hatred or some shit, and that's the whole purpose of the joke, why would you find that funny? And like, unless you don't understand that, like, I know it's subjective. So because people that do this will oftentimes try to mask it. Actual racist people are very seldomly like, freaking N words, blah blah. Like they mask it
Yeah,
and
you-
show it in little like minute ways, and the way they joke and the way they talk.
Actually, growing up, whenever I'd go to the skating rink, we'd have every Friday we went to the skating rink, and there's a kid who would come there every week, and he'd have black jokes, and he would always tell black jokes at people, and he is extremely racist, and he knew he was in a safe space
Oh,
because there was no black people there; it was all white people,
Hmm.
and then people would laugh about his jokes, and then
Oh God, yeah, that's shitty as fuck.
they would encourage him to do
Times-
more, and then
times-
yeah.
times,
Kumar has made a new account and has become apparent to me again, but I haven't heard him do much of his racism yet, but I'm expecting it. He's come in subtly and slowly back into my chat life, which is fine. I don't mind a good
Yeah, just
racist
me
argument
most
with
days.
Fubar. It's kind of funny. He actually does some clever comebacks.
No,
but
Ubar I blocked.
I'm okay with
yeah,
it if they will.
Wow,
just,
you were
like,
last time. You were still on his side when I was chatting
Yeah.
about him. But that was 6 months ago. So
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's specific types of racists that I will discuss. Like the person that comes to mind now, and you might not like this, is homophobic. Homophobic doesn't just say N-word, blah, blah, blah. He will discuss things and give you his point of view, knowing
Yeah.
that you disagree, and I can have a discussion with him.
I
We
respect
can actually discuss it. and
oh,
it
you're on
doesn't
a
come-
positive on him. You're talking
yeah, that's true.
positively.
in this specific way,
You'll
yes.
call them monkeys.
I
and everything else,
absolutely
but he's very
agree, and I know
derogatory.
you don't, Lord Gads. But like I said prior, I understand why you
Well,
and him have a glitch.
it's
but
not about
it's
whether
for
I
this
like him.
other shit that
Yeah,
Right,
so
not
so
him,
like
it's the
whenever we
idea.
were friends,
the idea
I
is
used to have like a lot of conversations with Home, and it was very interesting, and we would
No
just
doubt.
kind of we would just like banter like back and forth, and he would show me, like news articles, and I would show him mine, and so yeah, it was really kind of a good conversation, and I enjoyed that.
I
I'm
agree
probably
as long as
biased
he
too
doesn't.
because he's been on my side with the my family crap kind of thing for the whole time. So,
Right. Well,
you
so
know,
mine
so
never
I'm biased.
like I never talk about someone in concern of whether or not I like them when I'm because that's irrelevant to everything. I don't allow
Exactly.
that
We
to interfere.
understand.
But like with
Yeah,
him,
yeah.
what I like about him, even though I disagree with many things, is unless you offend him, when you offend him, then he turns into hardcore mode. Like he becomes like fucking
Oh, it's horrid.
Tex-Mex or some shit.
It's
Like,
horrid.
and he'll
Yeah.
never stop. But
Yeah,
if you don't do that, you can have a legitimate logical discussion, and he bends at least a little bit. You can actually make points
Yeah.
with him.
Yeah, he does.
I've had plenty of disagreements with Home and plenty of arguments, and we still get on because we
Yeah.
argue like adults. And I
Right.
have agreed with him on occasion as well. I'm not always right, even
He-
though I like to pretend I am.
He actually changed my mind on one topic. He gave me an article on the way we view Native Americans,
Mm.
and the article was well written, and it actually changed my mind. Not that what we did was okay,
Yeah.
but the whole narrative that we came over here and raped and pillaged and blah blah blah, that like they were highly warlike to begin with, mainly amongst each other.
Well, mostly in the
We were
Midwest.
killing each other before you lot turned up.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
they
So-
were very tribalistic.
Yes, and it depends on how you look at it. But if you're looking at it from the perspective of we're the warlike imperialist fuckers that came over and took over everything, they were warlike too. We just happened to be better at it. They would have done the same fucking thing.
Absolutely.
So
Well,
in that
all
way, I agree with them. But that
As
again,
goes for as it goes for most situations.
oh yeah,
Under
absolutely.
those conditions,
I mean, look at the English going in after the Zulu. They just
I don't
went
know
in
anything about that.
the Zulu.
Yeah, I only know that from Monty
They're African
Python.
tribes, basically. They had like hide shields and spears, and the British were there with freaking cannons and muskets, and just blew them to pieces.
Yeah.
just wiped them out, basically.
And now, of course, it's wrong that they did that, but like that's the way of the world. And of course, they would have done the same shit in reverse if they had that sort of power.
Yeah, that
Totally.
technology.
Yeah.
And it would have taken them about 20 minutes.
But
mean,
that
it's always
that
been
does
about
not mean I
technology.
agree. Mike makes right. That's not the same thing.
Of course
Well,
not.
it's a technological
No.
advance. We always
Yes.
use just like the Mongols. The Mongols, everywhere that they conquered, they took the best technology from that area and then implemented that into their army, and then they went on farther to keep conquering more and more until they met up to the Lithuanians.
True, and there's a lot of myths behind them. Like typical, like in America, you tend to think of Mongols as being stupid. They were tactically fucking
No, they
brilliant.
were-
Oh
they were
yeah.
nothing
Brilliant.
stupid.
Oh, yeah.
There was nothing-
But the Golden
nothing.
Horde. There's a couple different ones like that went through, but the Golden Horde was the one that really freaking.
Yeah, there was nothing stupid about them at all.
I don't know a lot, but I know that like one of their tactics that they pioneered that everyone copied is they would purposefully break away a line and feign retreat and open the middle so that it would funnel in troops because they would run after them and then they would enclose them and completely fucking destroy them.
They're big with the horse archers too, and that was another one of their things. Like
The Zulus did that as well, Charles.
Did they?
They
I don't-
used to like that.
I don't
Like
know
a
anything
pincer
about
movement.
them.
Like a pincer movement.
What is Zulu? Is it like an African tribe?
Yeah, it's-
yeah, it was a tribe.
they're a tribe in South Africa. So there was like the Hosa and the Zulu, and there was one time that the
Zulu,
Zulus
Called Attica.
they fucking it's XHOSA, I think. But yeah, so the Zulu, there was one time that they just obliterated. I don't know if it was, I think it was like the Dutch, or it was either the Dutch or the English, and they obliterated them. That was just like one time, but yeah, they were very powerful.
Yeah, they were very good at what they did.
Yeah,
Well,
they
it's kind of like the Romans too.
What
Zulu
era
was-
is this? Is this
If
like
you think of an African
I
version
want to
of,
say like the 1800s.
Yeah,
I would
it's
have
like
to look
the
up.
early mid
He's like the-
1800s.
if you
I
think of
don't-
an African version of Spartans, you get the kind of idea.
I don't have
What's
enough.
the meaning of life, mate? There's a big section on when he gets attacked by a mosquito and it ends up being actually a tiger. And it's all done in the era of the Zulus. And it's actually a good video about it. But
So to
I'm
break
talking
this
shit,
apart
it's
a
all
little bit
comedy.
more, because I don't quite understand. So first I need to preface with, I know so little about history. You can't give me a like 1800s. So what
So this
weaponry?
one-
What
I'll do a
weaponry
good-
was
I'll do a
used?
good-
Zulu
Google, dude.
were of 1879. And that was with the English.
Right.
And-
So what I'm looking for is not a date, because I don't know shit about dates. What
Mhm.
weaponry was used during that period?
The
Spears
muskets,
and shields.
Muskets.
Yeah,
Okay.
Musket.
Okay.
muskets, cannons,
Oh,
like great shot.
1800s, brother.
Okay. Gotcha. So that
Yeah,
helps
the
me.
Civil
Do a
War.
Google, man. Do a Google. It's actually really interesting, man.
I'll probably
Like,
watch a
I've been
documentary on it.
fart-arsing and
Well,
fuck-arsing, but yeah.
They made a movie about it. There's an old movie about the British and the Zulu fighting.
Shaka Zulu.
Shaka Zulu, yep.
Oh,
Is that the movie?
Cool.
Yep.
Shaka was the one who
He was the leader
kind
of
of
the Zulu.
started it all off. The Zulus against the British.
Were they very warlike?
Yes.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
I need to watch
Yeah,
it.
Well,
they didn't fuck around.
The
They
British
didn't talk
wanted to
about
go steal
No.
everything, and they're just like, no, you're not going to steal our shit.
It used to be, see, well, the Africans would be there with one group one side, one group the other side, and they would kind of pretend to fight as a show, like a military parade, but showing how they fight. But
There-
Shaka Zulu came along and decided, fuck this, and surrounded them, and they killed them all.
Interesting.
I did not see the movie.
There's a country that they still go to war with each other, but it's more ceremonial. But they do kill each other, and the prize from each fight is they take the other person's shit.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, they
Why
did.
do people get
So you fucking should, man.
Is there
Fuck these
spiritual?
loser cunts.
Well, it's
Not
not whenever they
fucking
kill somebody,
dumb.
you void your vows when you die. So taking the
Yep.
shit of the person you killed is like a trophy.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Is
Hold it above your head and scream Allah. I'm
Is
kidding.
it square shit?
It's not square, but it's just it's so
Oh.
messed up. And then they get mad because people would do things so that they wouldn't shit, and then they would get mad because like people weren't shitting when they died and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah, I've seen those things. It's quite brutal, mate. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's like they use clubs and shit and just beat the hell out of each
fuck
other like
about,
old
like.
ways. Yeah,
There's
there's
none
no
of
guns.
this knock you down like in a pub and give you a few kicks and go, have you had enough? Well, I don't think so. They've only had enough when they got your nuts in their hand, you know. They're like, oh, no, forget that. Yeah, it goes on now. And it's surprising how backward some places are, even in this day and age, where we think we are so advanced, you know.
So I think that oftentimes it's subjective, and they view it as the opposite. They think that we are backwards because
Well,
of
it's
what we
traditional
value.
to them.
Yeah, yes.
Because of the values, yeah. Okay.
So that's how I look at it. Is it all goes back to values, and like in some ways, not every way. I don't look at things overarching. I look at each individual thing, or I try to. And in some ways, like culturally, I think that they're superior. They're far more less individualistic.
And stuff.
Well, it's kind of like the Amish. The Amish reject technology because it would drive the community apart. The reason that they don't drive cars is because then all their community could spread out far away from them. And by having them with horse and buggies, they can only go so far away. So therefore, it keeps the community small and keeps the
That's the
community
control
alive.
thing, isn't it?
Well, it's that, but it's also about morality, their particular values. And in this way, I say the same thing. In specific ways, the Amish are superior. Like,
you think?
In certain ways, yes, absolutely.
Right,
look at them build. They can build a barn in a day. Like one of the families, say their barn burns down, they will have like 100 people there the next day to clean up the mess and start building a new barn and have it up in a couple days.
They're
I saw that Family Guy cartoon as well, mate, when they did that.
It's not a cartoon. You can watch it in real life. I've seen it here myself. Like
it goes back to the same thing I was talking about, the tribal type people. They have cohesion as a massive advantage. They do shit as one collective, and they do
That's
it
the
well.
thing I miss being atheist. I've lost the community.
We have
aspect.
a saying here.
Do you think that makes them
definitely
better?
a lacking feature?
So I wouldn't say, again, I kind of covered this before. I wouldn't say better in terms of overarching, because I don't do that. I use specific things. Like I don't do they're superior overall.
I think it's very detrimental. That reminds me of a football crowd.
They're keeping their community together.
Because the bigger the crowd, the lower the IQ.
So this goes back to.
But the greater the wisdom.
No, when you go to a football match or a soccer match, listen to what they're shouting and saying, and tell me what the IQ is. It's about 40.
I agree with you, but what that is, it goes back to what we were talking about. It's values. You value intelligence over cohesion. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said what you just did. So they don't value intelligence. They don't care about it, or not as much. Yeah. Well, I don't know
what they don't know.
I don't know. Like maybe they are, or maybe it's about values, because you won't have as much intelligence if you don't give a shit about it, because you don't have any desire to like further it. Really?
Yeah, they don't need any technology whatsoever. Well, a little bit of technology, of course, but
they use
not nearly as much
for the community. So if it's detrimental toward the community, they reject it. But if it's beneficial for the community, they accept it. But there's like no electricity in the home. They don't have phones in the home. Like there's no internet. There's no computers.
I think some of them
only
do.
got 9 wives.
Well,
no, they don't. Amish don't do 9 wives.
So they're
that Mormons, is it?
Progressive.
That's Mormons.
All right, same thing.
No, the Mennonites. They're a little
Mennonites
bit more.
And Mormons are completely different. Mormons believe in a
Yeah,
whole
they're
different
all
Messiah.
I said Mennonites. I didn't say Mormons.
So here's the thing
No,
about
Mouse said
all
Mormons.
this, right? So you're saying that they do this because of the community, etc., etc. But they've grown up with it. They've been bred into it. They do this. Their parents.
Well, yeah, everybody's indoctrinated.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
It's the same thing. It's just we have different values. We're still indoctrinated into our shit. Now, you could say that we might have a higher percentage of people who have the freedom to say fuck this shit, like me. But still, we are indoctrinated just as much. We just have different values that we're kind of bred into.
Yep, and
traditions. Yeah, I agree with that partly. So where would you get in a society like that the outstanding one that moves them forward. They don't want to move forward.
Well, it
No.
depends on how you see forward. Like forward technologically, they won't. It like forward in terms of like group cohesion, family, like connection with God, that sort of thing. That they're miles above us.
Okay.
And they make really good like bread and sandwiches and food.
Oh, that's okay then.
So
They're amazing
They're
bakers.
very
That's okay then.
intelligent. Like the survival community, like recently I was in this big like survival thing, prepping.
Mm.
Preppers go to Amish people specifically because they are masters of preserving like food and like they no one beats them. They are masters.
Well,
I
they
can
kept
see that.
traditions alive that
Excellent.
we've just done away with because of
Good.
refrigeration and stuff like that. They don't use refrigerators. They don't have electricity in their homes.
Exactly. And so they have mastered the art of preserving, like they can preserve anything almost for
Well, and just
extremely
living
long
like
times.
they're basically like how we used to live in the old Wild West,
So-
basically.
So
Yeah.
given that, right? So okay, so just a little. It's more of a question than anything. I mean, I'm a bit biased towards my own thing rather than theirs, but
Mhm.
I would ask like that's obviously skills that are going missing generally.
Mhm.
But why do we need those skills? Why are those skills so favored? Why do we sit there
Well,
and
they
go,
build
"Whoa,
homes.
we're brilliant at this.
They
They're really
they
good
can
at
make it.
They don't need it.
You don't need to be. Buy a fridge.
Well,
But
If
that's
EMP happens, that kills all our electronics, and we need to. keep
what
a
prepping is
current-
all about. Is like shit hits the fan
Exactly.
type situation. Yes, it's very improbable, but it's possible. And like these are the people you
We
go
need to
to.
cover our ass.
Yes, to cover your ass and learn how to do shit
Well-
so that you're not fucked if something does happen.
So, like,
So
if
why-
the power
why
goes out
don't-
for them, they
Yeah,
all
why
have
don't
gas
we-
lamps and everything in their homes.
Why
Like,
don't we learn
that
to
don't affect
fish?
them.
Why don't we learn to shoot a bow? Why
That's
don't we learn to tie knots?
exactly that's what I'm talking about. Is
Build
those
a
are the
shelter.
things. And yes, they in general they are good at all of those things because they don't get distracted by technology and computers and what's on Facebook,
Yep.
their
they
cell
have all that.
phones. They
I
do
suppose,
that shit every day.
But we don't need that.
It depends on like
Dairy
it depends
farmers,
on what
most
happens.
of them are farmers, carpenters. Like, they're all tradesmen. That's all they do is the physical trades,
I can
building.
do that.
That's true. So
I
look,
can
the,
do that,
the
but
argument
still
the
on the
argument
radio.
you're making, Mal, can be done in reverse from their perspective. They don't need all the shit we do. They don't need cars. They don't need compute. They don't need any of that.
Do you
Like,
think
they don't
they
need
don't need
electricity.
them because they don't know what it would be like to have them?
No, I think they know. Well, hold on. It's different. So
You know what I mean?
some of the individuals that are brought, like leaders generally know, and they keep people away from that shit. But it is true that sometimes individuals don't know and then they learn and then they leave. That does happen.
Okay.
Oh yeah, they're having mass exodus of the Amish. They're called
That's
ex-Amish.
interesting.
Yep.
Interesting
Mennonites
stuff.
are the
Thanks.
same too.
Now it's not my life. I would never like and well, don't get me wrong, if shit ever hit the fan, then I'm like, I need to befriend some fucking Amish people. But as it stands now, that's not my way.
To me, like you would have to grow up that way. I mean, if you got,
Well,
mean,
of
that-
course.
like some people that
Yeah,
didn't
so-
grow up that way and like they decided to join them, but I would find that highly improbable.
It
Well, yeah,
happens, but it's
actually,
very rare.
Well, and plus
they're-
they wouldn't even accept them.
yeah, they don't
sometimes
accept
they will.
outsiders. Like, they're very shut off. Like,
They are.
if you go become an ex-Amish and you decide you want to leave, you're excommunicated from your family.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
they're
you
done.
are.
They wipe their hands of you.
Mhm.
Most of the time, not all the time, but yeah, a little. Yeah, most.
Yeah, there's
Yes.
some that kids that will sneak back just so they can see their moms and stuff like that. But
Aren't so they're the ones that have the Rumspringa or something like that.
well, no, that's something that
Is that-
18 at 18 years old you have Robspringer. I can't say it. I'm not done.
Yeah, I know. I know. Is
Um,
that where they can just go out and fuck somebody, or
they're allowed to go out and
party?
experience things. Now, they can't have sex. That's a violation. You can't have sex, but they can do drugs and alcohol, party, do all these different things, as long as it doesn't violate their actual like tradition, like
Okay.
like
So they can
no
do
sex
anything
out
but
of wedlock.
Well, this is the thing when you step outside of these cult
Quite
type
interesting.
things, they just assume that you're going to do all that, and you don't.
Well, a lot of them do. They'll drink. There's
Well, most people
Amish
don't,
around
though.
here that
Oh,
will
yeah,
drink.
No, no, I
Mennonite
don't
church
mean them
drink.
in general, them particularly. I mean cults in general. You step outside the cult, they just assume that you're going to go deep shit and start raping,
Well, the Amish
pillaging,
aren't really a
murdering,
cult.
drugging.
It's just a
You know?
lifestyle. It's
No,
just
they
Yeah,
like
do.
how
no,
you live your life.
it's
They
not a
live their
cult.
life.
But people
There's not
don't.
like a certain individual that is a
I
leader.
don't
that
care
they
what people
follow
say.
to,
Most people
and they
don't
follow.
go around raping, pillaging, murdering, and drugging.
Well, they
They
don't
just
say that
don't.
they're going to do that. They're allowed to just go out
Oh.
and experience what they call the English life.
Okay.
To us,
Mhm.
we're considered the English. They're Dutch. They speak Dutch to each other yet. Like they're very
Well,
old fashioned.
it's a complete offshoot of Dutch. They
But it's
speak.
Pennsylvania Dutch.
It's just a general cult thing, in my opinion. That
No, it's
they
not a
go-
cult
they-
because
they-
they don't
Well, that's
have
like
a
that's
excommunicate
like
you.
saying a culture that's
Well-
different than you is a cult. That's
But
like saying
they
Chinese people are a cult.
excommunicate. Why do they bother excommunicating them then?
It's not a
Because
cult. Really.
they're breaking away from their family, like their morals and their traditions.
So they excommunicate them. Well, that seems
Well,
like a
yeah.
nice place to live. As soon as I leave, they go, "Fuck you, pal. You're out
Well,
of here."
if you
Sorry,
told your
Mom.
parents, I'm not going to do anything that you taught me and brought me up to do, and I'm going to go do this and this and this, and it's against their
Yeah.
values and morals, wouldn't they not excommunicate you?
Yes, I do think the Amish are a cult, Maxie.
No, they're not in the least.
Max
What
isn't
are
a
they?
cult.
They
Max
don't-
is the
they
raw
don't have-
meat eater.
If they're not a cult, what are they?
No, they're not a cult in the least because they don't have a ringleader. Everybody is kind of the same, and
Yeah.
so they have like farms.
No,
and
How they're raised.
I'm willing to be
live-
educated.
so they live in cohesion with each other.
Yeah, but if you
That would have
leave,
to be all of the
But if you
people.
leave-
And no,
yeah, but
no.
if you leave, fuck
That's
you.
so far from being a
That's
cult.
just saying any culture that's not yours is a cult. That's just
Yeah, that's
bogus.
completely separate and different.
The
I
British
under-
superiority thing.
I get it.
Is
I respect them in a lot of ways, and I'm biased by my own experience. But every
I'm biased
Amish
because I know
person
jack
that
shit
I've
about them, you know?
right, but every Amish person I've ever met, percentage-wise, are better people than average everyday people in our society. In
I
my
tell you how
opinion,
much I know about. That's why I'm having the conversation. Now, what I know about Amish people is, my impression of Amish people is they drive around in horse and carts with funny shaped hats and black suits and a tie. Right? They have about 9 wives. They live in sheds. They got no
Nope.
phone.
They
And
don't-
play
they're
tempe bowling
monogamous.
on films.
Amish and Mennonites are completely monogamous. One wife, one husband. That's it.
I don't know. You know.
I'm telling you, I grew up around here.
Yeah,
in
that's fine.
Pennsylvania.
I'm cool. that's all I know.
So
You're
he-
like
my thing,
Mormons.
and then I
Well,
learn. Yeah.
he's just telling you what he knows about them so that you can correct him, because
I'm in the
he's
UK.
admitting he don't know anything.
I'm in the UK.
But
what do
I'm
I
telling
know?
you, they
I've
are not
I've seen- listen,
non-monogamous. They're
I've
monogamous.
seen Amish driving horses and carts with funny shaped hats and a black long coat, right? With you must see this, and the girls have frilly skirts, and everybody's good at temping bowling in movies.
Because
That's all I
in the
know.
Bible it says women must cover their heads, so that's why the women all wear the bonnets and the things like
yeah,
that. Because the Bible
know
says
that.
women must cover their head. That's
Yes.
just a biblical thing. It's like saying Muslims are bad because they
Yeah.
wear their.
Oh, it's a biblical thing, so it's not a cult then.
So we can go back to the biblical thing and go, like, it's very funny how people pick and choose their shit. Like, if the Bible was like the word of God, why would you not follow every fucking thing in it? But no one does. They pick and
Well,
choose.
The Amish are very
That's
true.
to it.
That's
like
true.
the Amish.
So
They
it-
won't vote or anything like that.
So like one other thing about the Amish is that people say, okay, so they are not assimilating with everybody else, like with society. However, are they hurting anybody? No, they're autonomous. They do their own thing.
But they're
and
not
so-
violent. They're very
No, they're
non-violent
not.
people.
They're good.
Citizens. They, you know, they're not assimilated, but at the same time, like, who cares?
They live their own lives and don't interfere in other people's lives.
Okay,
Try to
it
help
makes a
people
difference
as
to
much
me.
as possible. Like if you're
I
broke
care
down
because
along
it
the
makes a
road,
difference
they
to
will
me
stop
whether
to help
they're
you.
decent
I mean,
or not.
they're not like these migrants that are coming into America that are destroying our country.
That's
I mean,
not true.
I'm not saying
That's
all of them.
another fallacy.
That's
well,
hold on. It's not just not all of them. It's like such a tiny percentage.
I'm not saying all of them.
It's almost zero. It's like 2%. It's like none.
Yeah,
like
people here who come
it's
in
bullshit.
illegally, they're trying to keep their
Okay.
nose clean so they don't
Gypsies
get
aren't
arrested.
religious in
Well,
that respect.
the
Matthew.
Somalians that are in Minneapolis,
The Somalians.
there's like 70 people that committed. Okay, so I'm not saying all of them, but there's like 70 people, and they committed these horrible crimes, and they ended up taking, I think it was like $50 million away from people that needed like COVID, like reparations, and like autistic people. But it's also like, it's like little Mogadishu there, and they're not even trying to learn the English language.
No,
America
no,
doesn't have a natural
Now-
language. You don't have to learn
Oh,
anything to live in America.
I agree. That's how. I
But you
agree.
should at least try.
I agree on both of them. So that's not how it works in America, but I do think that's how it should work. Now, don't get me
good.
wrong, because I would give them, like, say, a year or two of leniency if they first came over, and I would say, you have this amount of time. You at least need to be able to pass a basic English test by the end of this period. Otherwise, you got to leave, because that's basic. That's like so
When
basic.
I was going to go to Italy, actually, I was going to have to learn it, and I was going to get tested on it multiple times to make sure I
Exactly.
was learning the language.
But let's say that they didn't have that rule. You should do that anyway, because that's like basic like requirements of like to being part of a
the
community.
parents. Most of the times, the parents aren't the ones that are going to assimilate. It's their children that will assimilate into the culture, learn the language, and everything like that. The
True.
parents are most likely just going to die off with their old traditions that they learned in their
How
country.
many times have you heard about immigrants doing bad things?
Very rarely.
So hold on.
They're doing bad shit in like a lot of
So hold on. You gotta go.
You
You gotta go deeper than that. You can't just go, how often do you hear about it? Because that is biased by its nature, because certain outlets specifically focus on trying to make migrants look bad as much as possible. Which
it would be
means
like 1% of them, the migrants, doing it, and it's 99% the white people, but they'll amplify the immigrants.
Yes,
But
and
what
they'll
I'm
make
saying
it.
is, the impression you get is these immigrants are coming over here doing this.
That's
No,
true.
they're eating the cats and
And
dogs.
that's because of the political agenda.
I agree. That's the impression, and that's by design. And the problem
That's
is
the
people
racist
don't
talking.
realize that that's what it is. It's bullshit, or it's exaggerated, or it's like,
Yeah,
for
I don't think it's
example,
bullshit.
for example, in the media during Black
Or-
Lives Matter, whenever they made it about like they're destroying the city, it was one tiny little area with like 10 people, and they covered it as if that's the entire city and it's happening all over America. And that's
Okay,
bullshit.
this is what I want you to do. Look up the Eiffel Tower in Paris and
Actually,
see
don't
how
be
it looks
smart.
right now. It's disgusting because all of these migrants have just infiltrated. So there's like all
It's
of these
the
scammers.
tourists, Melody.
I would
Tourists
I would
are the
never-
nasty people.
No, it's what are you talking about? Tourists can't even go there
Tourists are
anymore.
the ones that go around places and shit up everything. They're the ones that throw their trash all over the place. The tourists are the ones going to see the Eiffel Tower, not immigrants.
Oh my
But you
god!
can get specific,
Okay,
mate.
no,
That's the
so
fucking
untrue.
Australians, mate. It's just the Australians.
Yeah, there's fucking
Those
Australians.
dirty ass
Haven't you heard
Australians.
haven't you heard of
Okay,
Bali?
look it
They
up.
fucking
If you don't
hate
believe
us
me,
because of
look
the
it up.
fucking
Look it up.
Australians.
Why would the immigrants be going to the
Yeah.
Eiffel Tower? It would be tourists that are going to these places.
And
Like, go to-
exactly, and that's
at
who they're going
Rome.
to scam. They're not
Look at
going to
all the
scam like
tourist
the
crap.
people that live there. They're not going to scam like the French that have lived there. It's going to be tourists that they want to scam because that's easy. That's an easy target. So that's
Yeah, but
exactly
the
what
Eiffel Tower
that's
is a
what's
tourist
happening.
trap. That's where tourists go. That's what people
Exactly, and
go to
that's
France
why the
to see.
scammers are there. That's
Well, yeah,
exactly why.
You go to
They-
Rome, you're
they
gonna
know
have
what to
Roman
do.
pickpockets. They're natural citizens there.
You
that are
have
pickpocketing
scammers anywhere you have a lot of tourism. Anywhere.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
But it's just getting completely overrun by it, and it's horrible.
Well, it's tourists tend to be stupid people. I've noticed
Well,
that people who
it's gotten so much worse. Like in the past couple of years, it's horrible. I don't get.
George
You
Carlin
guys
did a good
believe
one
whatever
about
you
Australia.
want, but
tourists.
the videos,
Tourists,
it's
the fat
horrible.
dad with the fat mom and their two fat stupid kids.
I just say, Maxie, if you think that, you have no clue. That's
Dr.
all.
Frog is a fucking wanker.
Yeah,
I can't stand
there's a
that
lot
guy.
of sexual assault, different places.
Tourist traps are like scammers are everywhere. Where you go, tourists.
They're
People
easy
say,
marks.
You know?
Well,
I mean,
what-
I used to know a guy from Korea who came over here. Remember the Pol Pot days? He come over here with his family and all that, and he was telling me about that place. And he said, "Listen," he said, "if you're a tourist over there, the cops will rob you."
Oh yeah, that's a lot of places
So-
to this day.
You know,
Well,
it's not immigrants on their own. Everybody's robbing everybody.
Except for like if you go to like places like Afghanistan. I was watching this
It's
guy
getting
over
so-
there in Afghanistan. He's from the UK or something like that. He anywhere he goes, the Afghani people pay for his things because in Islam it's like a whole courtesy thing that you take care of people. So anywhere he'd go to eat, they would buy his food for him, his drinks, his rooms, like everything. And he's like, they asked him, what's the worst thing about being here in Afghanistan? And he's like, that I can't pay for none of my own things. Because it's such a hospitality thing, like in Islam.
Teddy, get it out.
And that goes back to values again too. Like we in the West, other than people who actually want to learn, tend to look at like Islam as barbaric, backward, blah blah blah. But I'll tell you one thing that I love about it is that they literally require by their Bible, you are not allowed to charge over a certain interest rate, so you can't fuck people. And I love that.
I never heard of that.
So who's
Well,
that? Sorry, I
the
missed
church
that.
used to do that. Charging interest was causing unnecessary suffering, so the interest rates were banned by the church.
Oh, I didn't know that it used to happen with Christianity.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
All religions are bad.
But then the Pope also tried
Oh,
to ban
yeah.
street lights that cut down on crime and ban crossbows because he didn't like them and shit like that. So I mean,
There's positive elements in anything, including religion, and that takes a little bit for me to say because I don't like it. But it's true. It's everything.
that's where we got
has
to
positive.
borrow good ideas. We got to take good ideas like the Romans. used to
Exactly.
do.
You don't
They
have
take the
to
good
have
stuff.
religion in order to have that, what I just said about the not charging higher interest rates. Like,
Yes.
it's not necessary to include the +1. I
See,
call
look-
religion +1, like the God element.
Look at religion. Oh, but we don't charge interest and yeah. Well, show me something that the religious people could do or say that an atheist couldn't do just as well, without the threat of violence or hell.
There's nothing.
No.
Nothing.
Now show me something the other way around. It's just no.
It's a valid point.
You know,
Religion has
gave
given
us
us
this.
a lot.
Yeah, we could have had that without it.
Like the maths that you love so much, that was given to you by Muslims.
Originally, yes.
The
Yeah, of course it was.
the 9th century, Arabic numerals came about and was pushed by the
Yeah.
Muslim.
No. What you miss thinking this one a bit, right? The maths would most likely and probably would have come out anyway, no matter what religion the guy was.
Oh,
the
yes.
fact that he's
So
a Muslim doesn't
I agree.
say,
I
I'm
agree. And
Muslim. Hey, I know maths.
this
Well, not Muslim,
this
you
exact
don't
same
know.
way of thinking applies to what we typically what Christians do with almost every single advancement in history. And I like what Sam Harris says about this. There was no one else to do the job. Back in the past, 99% of people were Christian. Unless if they decided that they weren't, they couldn't be open about it. So it
Galileo.
doesn't tell you anything about the person that they happen to be religious. That doesn't like in any way relate to the accomplishment.
Does the fact that Einstein one of the best minds ever. Or Isaac Newton. Let's go back a bit. Isaac Newton is my favorite guy ever. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Just the
The
fact that he was
homosexual.
religious. Yeah. He tried to make
So,
lead into gold. Blah blah blah. He was an alchemist. Whatever. Yeah. Does that detract from the fact that the guy found so many things?
No.
Just absolutely.
It's both. So it doesn't detract from that, but it also doesn't add to it that he happens to be a
Doesn't add to it.
theist. Like, it's not related. It's arbitrary. Like, who cares?
It's bullshit, no? Or
Yeah, it's
Al
like Galileo.
Kazumi, whatever. Yeah.
I've
Al
got
Kazumi,
someone
whatever.
in the backstage area named Bill. I need you to show yourself in chat so I know who you are. I can't let random people up here.
Oh.
It's a bad idea.
Yeah, Al Kazumi.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to get
forgot his name.
or something.
He
Maths came
invented,
about because the Baghdad House of Wisdom, though. They really promoted understanding and learning.
Maxie, you're taking a piss now.
Bill, who's Bill?
Oh,
I
Is
have
he on
no
chat?
idea. It looks
He
like he
does.
has a Palestinian flag or something as an AVI.
Is he on chat? I don't see anybody that's on chat that's named Bill.
Could it
I
be
know
Teddy?
that's why I haven't added him yet.
Oh, yeah, that's not a good idea. Yeah, because he could definitely like porn bomb you or.
Well, I don't really care that much. We got 20 minutes left and I'll just shut it down and fucking edit it out. It's not that big of a deal. But I'll make sure not to be adding that person again in the future.
Maxie,
Especially if he's.
Islam has made no contributions. The people of Islam made the contributions. The fact that
Exactly.
they were
Exactly.
is
That's the point.
irrelevant.
That's the point we already made. That
The
they happen to be like
The
they're
Chinese before Islam was even there.
the only way you can connect an accomplishment with the religion is if you can show in some way that the religion itself, the ideas contained in the religion, somehow contributed to the accomplishment,
There you
not
go.
the person. And I don't
Better
think
said.
anyone's
Very-
no one's going to be doing that.
No, better said than I did. Thanks.
The Catholic Church gave us the Big Bang Theory, and then
Yeah,
That's
it.
true. That's
There you
true.
go.
the
But-
Vatican Observatory.
But that's
Yeah.
the point, is the fact that they happen to be Catholic did not lead toward the discovery.
But they
Ah.
funded it, and they're the ones that
True.
provided the technology and the means to make these
My
discoveries.
brother
true.
is a priest with 4 sons and 3 daughters. Does the fact that he was Catholic, is that a contributing factor to the fact he's got 7 good kids?
Yeah, because
But they love the kids.
he was forbade from wearing a rubber.
And in that case, I think it
they
can
like
relate.
all kids for sure.
So
Yeah.
yes,
They
if you can show some sort of correlation, then you can make the case that it's related.
The Catholics aren't allowed to wear condoms, so he had to fornicate and not use one.
Well,
No.
no, they stopped doing that. So yeah, you can actually.
Oh, you can now?
Yeah,
I know it was
Yeah,
because
yeah,
the
you can.
Catholic Church is one of the main reasons that AIDS spread so far across Africa, because a lot of the Africans are Catholics and they weren't allowed to wear condoms.
Melody cannot allow any sort of negative about Catholicism to stand.
Oh no, that
Melody's
is
a
not
Catholic.
true.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Well, you're
no,
Catholic,
that
Melody,
is
yeah?
completely untrue.
You're Catholic, Melody.
Well, I grew
just
up in
asking.
Catholicism. I'm not
Mhm.
practicing at all.
My brother's a priest.
You better give us some Hail
Oh,
Marys.
really? Oh, that's interesting. Really?
Well,
I bet she has a
No,
rosary.
no, that's not true because no, you can't be a priest and have kids.
Look, my brother's a priest. The fact that he's a priest, and
A
he's my
Catholic
brother-
priest cannot fornicate with anybody. Like he has to be like pure and a virgin. And so if you are not a virgin, then no,
That's the females. That's the men.
you cannot be in the faith.
I think I'm going to have to write him a strongly worded email.
Yeah. Well, so now they allow
He
what is
sounds
it?
more like a Protestant. Protestants have wives and can have kids. Here, all the preachers have families.
No, it's okay, what is the it starts with
I
an
said
E.
Protestants. Protestants are
Maxie's
not
trolling.
Catholics.
No, Protestant. That's more of like Baptist. I'm thinking of kind of like oh my gosh, what is the one that it starts with an E?
They're more like Lutherans. They follow Martin.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Lutherans. So they will allow Lutheran priests in there, and so they can be married and have kids because there was no more priests that would be there. And then plus, with the whole like kid molestation and the priests, like so like one of the priests at my church, he ended up like he was married with kids, and then he talked some 18-year-old kid like to, I don't know, go down on him or they had sex. It was disgusting. And then one of the other priests, because they're not supposed to ever have sex. So he ended up like having sex with a woman. And so then they're like, no, you can't practice here, which is like the biggest bunch of bullshit. Like, what the fuck? He has sex, and then
the Italian flag.
Not necessarily. I'm half.
It's horrible.
I'm half, sir. And what was the criticism of religion, sir? And if you, Mom, if you were just thinking for a minute, and Palestinians and Muslims would not like gay people and homosexual sodomites. So we wouldn't like that. I've been in England for 14 years.
Who the fuck is that?
I don't know. That's funny.
You criticize all religions because you have no faith. You have no faith, Mom. And that's the Troby center leftist who he smells cat shit.
I do.
Big fag. Big fag. Kill all fags. Kill the fags. Kill the fags. Kill them now. Kill them all. Kill them all. Melanie's a whore who sleeps with her father.
Who is okay? I gotta figure out. Who
sleeps with your father, you little piglet.
Wow. Yeah, that could almost be seen as death threats calling.
So yeah, that like one of the rules is you don't insult
I don't
other
know who
people
that
here.
is,
Only me. But that went a little further. So that was too much.
Yeah.
They're definitely they're altering their natural voice.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a fake.
I saw his face in backstage. He popped his video open. I've never seen him before.
Well, most people don't.
I figured it as homoerotic. It sounds like his kind of stuff.
I don't know.
I have no idea. I shouldn't think so, but no.
You never know.
No, you never know.
So doesn't homoerotic? He's shown his face before, hadn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't
a
home.
long time ago.
That wasn't home. I'm pretty sure. It's been a while.
It sounded like a Brit though.
It did, but he could have been changing his voice.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So who knows?
His voice, his vocals, it sounded really stretched and forced. So he was changing his tone. So I don't know what he actually sounds like.
Yeah, he's trying to sound something like this.
Yeah,
distorting it.
I think it was somebody pretending to be a Brit, probably.
It's the internet. Pick a number.
Yeah, everybody's kind of being somebody different.
Yep.
And if they show their camera, it's probably a false.
The bald ginger.
No, it's not. Rum is flat.
So I don't want to set a precedent here because then everyone's going to think it's okay. If your entire objective is to like do a pat or to come up here and try to talk shit to people, I'm just going to kick you. Like, I don't have any use for that shit here. Like, we're here to discuss things. We don't even have to agree, but you're not here to fucking attack people. You can attack me.
Though.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Trolls in general. If you're a troll, there's no use for you to be here. Unless
I mean, I don't agree a lot of the time because I just like disagreeing. I love it. So
I do too.
I have to think of something to come back and disagree with. And that's how a conversation moves on.
I do that with Flash, and he gets all kinds of.
We're all sitting here diddling ourselves.
I agree with you, and that's why I try to give them a little bit of leniency because I want to keep people here that disagree with me because I love it. It's really interesting to me. But you have to have a line. And in my experience, this is just me. Conservatives in general and theists what they kind of link together, they tend to be so like hateful toward the other side that you can't get them to just fucking have a normal conversation and discuss their beliefs because they're too busy being like, you're gay, you're a faggot, et cetera, et cetera.
Well,
like,
they're like man children, basically. It's like their brains never evolved past 12 years old.
kind of.
It's a bit strange that adults can't form an argument, in my opinion.
Well, I think it goes back to what we were talking about in like it's unpopular, like anti-intellectualism. Conservatives in general have anti-intellectualism as a default. They don't find value in intelligence. In fact, they distrust intelligent people.
It comes down to the enlarged amygdala too.
I don't agree with that. I do not agree with that at all.
Oh, it's definitely down to their brain structure.
Okay,
so
but
hold
you can
on.
also say the same thing about liberals.
So hold on. You don't have to agree with it because it's a fact. Statistically, it's a fact that most conservative people tend to be more stupid than most liberal people. That's a fact. I didn't make it up.
But I'm saying so the far right and the far left, they're both like, no, you can say that same thing about both. So it doesn't matter. That's why I think you have to be like more moderate, like myself. So you can like,
that is what we call the middle ground fallacy. You assume that both sides are extreme and the truth has to be somewhere in the middle, and that's just not reality.
Fence-sitting isn't real.
Okay.
Liberals tend to seek higher education.
Oh my God. No, I don't agree at all.
The more educated you are, the more likely you are to be liberal or left-leaning.
Okay.
That's just a fact.
Well, it comes down to critical thinking. You go to school to learn how to critically think. You're not going to school to be told what to believe, but how to think. And then therefore they apply that farther into their life.
Who teaches you to critically think at school and not regurgitate?
Well, that's it. So, and that's where critical
thinking.
That's what science experiments and everything are there to teach you. How to critically think, how to take evidence and then apply it to your conclusion.
Yes, and if you care about evidence and facts, you'll learn. If you look into all these issues, you'll find that like 90% of the time, conservatives just lie. They don't know anything about anything, and it's not a matter of, hey, you got to look at both sides. Because you're assuming that both sides are telling the truth, and that's not true. Like factually, that's not true. So like there is no equality here.
I tend to sit on the fence quite a lot.
You do.
It's
what I found is the longer I sit on the fence, the more sore my ass gets. So
then you start growing every time the sun comes up.
I got to make a move, And on the school thing, I disagree about the critical thinking thing. I think they're regurgitated. How many tests does a school kid goes to school at about 4 years old? By the time they're 5, they get tested. They don't know what day it is.
How do you think they teach them math? Teaching math is teaching them how to do the process of math.
They've got Teddy, they've got the cars, they've got the little soldiers, and somebody wants to test them. And they tested and tested.
When you're taught English, you're taught how to.
You get to your exams, right? And you pass your exams. How do you pass your exams? Like math, science, or all the rest of them. How do you pass those exams? By regurgitating what you know, getting the answer at the bottom. If you don't get the answer at the bottom, you lose marks. Why?
Every one of those questions, you have to think about it and then work out the answer. So when you do the math problems, you got to work out the math to actually understand what the answer is.
No, you don't. All you have to do is remember.
So what? You just remember all the answers?
Yeah.
Because if you're just regurgitating, that means you remember everything. So if I give you a random math problem, you should just automatically know that answer.
No.
Because then that would be what you're saying would be the truth. Otherwise, you're going to have to critically think about and work that math problem out.
No, don't put words in my mouth. What I said was, you remember what the teacher told you to do and how to do it, and then you will get
learning how to critically think.
Work out. If I gave a kid of 15 a question that they didn't know how to work out, 99% of them wouldn't know how to do it.
So I want to touch upon something in chat real quick, because it's true that IQ and wisdom, or intelligence and wisdom, are two different things. However, proportion matters. More wise people are almost always intelligent. Like it's just part of it. So you can't separate them entirely because they're highly correlated. Like people use this as a way to kind of defend dumb people. And I'm sorry, that's just what I see. The problem is that's just not true. Like it's almost like you want it to be like you have dumb people who are wise and intelligent people who are intelligent, when most wise people are intelligent. Like
wisdom is implied intelligence.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's knowing how to apply it to your everyday life. It's to take the intelligence you've learned and then how to apply it to living.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I'm saying is in the school systems, in general, I don't know
like
about
Buddha.
In our country, they taught how to do things, and then when you do it, you get it right, and they pass the test. They haven't had to think
But you
about
have to
how
think
to
about
work
it.
it out.
You don't just
They know how
regurgitate all
to
the
do it.
answers. Memory
Sorry?
retention's low for most people. Most people can't remember what they did yesterday, let alone remembering.
Especially today, yes. It's bad.
It's learning the processes, like how to do science experiments, how to do math, how like calculus, learning how the process of doing them, the order of
Learn how to
operations.
think.
You said
True,
math.
true, but some of it
I say
cannot
math
be.
because that's how the English say it.
No, I know, but that always cracked me up, and I'm like, no, don't say math.
Well,
Just
it's
say math.
technically correct. Both versions are
I
correct.
know it is, but I don't know. I'm ingrained to just say math.
Yeah, American
so
is
I think
math.
it's funny.
For everybody else,
Melody,
math.
The people who can't do maths or can't do science.
I know. I just think it's funny.
If I talk to somebody about mathematics, they will turn around to me, and I guarantee it, they will turn around to me in the street and they go, "Oh, I can't do maths," and they wear this like a badge.
I'm just
Everybody's
talking.
a calculator. We're not taught.
I'm just talking
anymore.
about the word. I'm just talking about the word. That's it.
Like even
Okay.
the word computer used to mean a person that was good at crunching big numbers. Like the woman who got us to the moon with her calculations, she was called a computer, but she did it all manually.
Yeah, they did in those days. Yeah, for sure.
And
the Russians sent people up into space with a whole bank of computers that your calculator would have left for dead.
I mean, it's just we don't need to put as much effort into knowing these things anymore because we have tools that can simplify it and make it quicker and faster.
See, now we get
less
back to
error.
my point
If
of
you can remove
Calculators
human
are-
error from the equation, you're going to get a more substantial fact.
Okay, Godwin, how do you work out the errors?
That's what I said. Remove humans. If you remove humans from it, most likely you're going to remove any errors that would occur in it. So a
Okay,
calculator,
fair point.
how
Up to a
often is a
point.
calculator going to be wrong if the human punches in everything correctly? But if the human punches in something wrong, then the calculator's wrong because the human error.
Calculators have to be checked. Yeah. Sure.
So Mal,
they're not
Mal,
always right.
are you saying that you would rather like do away with calculators altogether? Like screw them.
Make people think. Give them problems to solve.
Oh my God!
Shopping.
So you really
Buy
think
a
that we
car.
shouldn't have a calculator?
Mal's from the 1940s, so he's a little.
Oh my God!
No. Here we are. Listen,
That's
hear me out.
crazy.
Hear me out.
I've never heard of
Hear
anybody
me out. Make
that
a
has
shopping
the point
list
of view.
and go shopping.
Oh, I can go through the shopping mart. So like
Buy
when
a
I shop
car.
with the wife,
Buy a
I
car.
can calculate
compare it to
everything
other
up we
cars,
bought and be
decide which
within
car
about
is
$10
better.
of the
Problems.
Okay, well, that's your style of thinking, but I've never heard anybody in my entire life that says calculators are bad. They're horrible.
Mal's very analog. It's the older generation.
I don't get that.
Is very analog.
Until you get up to higher education, you're taught to pass the test. Don't pass the test. Learn how to think about the test.
No one in college and at university uses their intelligence like through their brain. Well, I mean,
how many people do you know
it might be like the 1%, like the 1%, or even less than that.
How many people are sitting in the house going, how do I calculate how much my electric bill is this month? If I pay 1.1 cent per kilowatt, I need to work out how much I'm going to have to pay this month for my electric bill. How many people can do that? They don't know. They don't know. They can do the calculation.
It's already totaled on the bill for you. You don't have to. It's already comes out. It has the whole total there. Just says, hey, I got to pay this.
Oh, you believe the bill, do you?
Well,
You believe
yeah.
the bill. Now wait, now we were on about checking resources earlier.
Well, I mean, if you feel that you're being screwed over,
Right?
then
Do you
check it,
think
but
that
then
that skill
we have
might
many
not
bureaus
move
to make
into
sure that
other
they're not
areas of your
scamming
life?
you.
Do you
We have-
think that skill would not move into other areas of your life? Being able to do something like that. It is your life.
It is true that if we start not giving a shit and don't use our brains, it's going to be used against us. Like that's just a matter of fact. Like that's human nature. That's what's going to happen. So I agree with that. I think one of the problems is it's not just like because people are going to college does not like make them intelligent because that's just knowledge. That's a whole different thing. So what a lot of it is like something that you can't control. Part of it is society and the way like society in general views intellectualism. That's part of it, a big part of it. But another part of it is simply who you are, which is innate. Like some people are wired to be analytical. They're just that way from the get-go. And
it's a lot. Your autistic kids are very good with math. Some
you
of
don't
them
need to
like
be. You
visualize
don't need to be
everything.
analytical. You just need to be taught how to solve problems.
No,
I agree,
it
but
comes under the brain.
Well, it's both. It's both. But the thing
I
is,
agree with Mao,
you can be taught to solve problems, and that does not mean that you're going to like solving a problem itself is not intelligence. Intelligence is the ability to use your brain in complex situations and to entertain various ideas at the same time to solve problems and all that. You can't train that. That's either there or not. Fluid intelligence is mostly debunked. There's a tiny little
I think some people are better at learning how to be able to solve problems than other people.
That's true, and you can
that
learn that. That's true. You can learn that.
From
in primary and high school here, it's more a cut and paste method of learning, whereas only when you get to university is when you learn how to think, which is what Mao was saying.
Yeah,
it's only the third level where you learn how to come up with the formulas in science that they have. That's where I learned how to do that shit at uni.
You gotta learn how to walk before you run.
Of course, Gads, but who gets to the third level usually? Say what, 15% of society?
So if you look at the top
political,
tier,
but like a smaller amount is all I'm getting at, right?
But
so there's far less people think for themselves.
70% of people here in America get higher learning now. So I mean, it's more than
depends on what level you got.
But even those ones, the parents are paying for their grades to be higher. We know what's happening over there, brother.
Most Americans don't have the money to pay for higher grades.
No,
that's
what I'm saying is
that's a very small proportion.
That Trops was saying,
I don't know,
that some people are wired for this and some people aren't.
Yeah, and going back into that,
most detract from teaching them all how to do it.
I agree with that. But the people that are like the top tier people of history, Einstein, all of like what we think of when we think of intelligent, you don't control that. Very little of what they become is based on outside factors. That even includes what we were talking about when it comes to education, because they pick up this shit themselves. They learn about the world themselves. Now, some of it is like piggybacking, like we stand on the shoulders of giants type thing, because in order to grow, you have to pick up books and shit from people who were there before you. But you still do that yourself. Like that.
You could figure out all the stuff that came before us, but you couldn't do it in your lifetime.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Before us,
mate, plagiarism is copying one person and research is copying 100 people.
That's true. So I'm not talking about learning everything. I'm talking about in a specific field. If you want to be like a great in like neuroscience, you will naturally, because you're invested in that topic, you're going to look into every piece of fucking evidence and history involved in that, and you're going to become an expert in it, and you're not going to need to be taught. It's going to happen naturally. These type of people anyway that I'm talking about, and not everybody's wired that way.
They're not even the top 1%. They're less than that.
Yes, they are.
I'm talking generally.
Yes, but they are driven like that. That's their, I always say people need something bigger than themselves. That's their bigger than themselves. They choose something that they are going to change forever for everyone, and they know it.
and they can think it.
Yep.
They don't have to, how many times did Einstein do a thought experiment?
He doesn't
can't
have
do
to because it's not an experiment, because
Yeah.
he understands it in its entirety from the core.
Well,
And
My,
that,
my, my best
There-
friend was one of them. He's a senior lecturer and stuff now, but he was one of them. And he said, I do physics, he said, because I can see what it looks like
Mhm.
in his head.
Well, that
What?
goes back to a lot of them are autistic people. So a lot of the great minds throughout history were autistic people who have a completely different wired brain than most people. Just like
Mhm.
Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, like you're saying, your role model, Newton, Sir Isaac
Yeah.
Newton. He was most likely autistic just from his social behaviors and how he acted and everything. Like these people can
He may well
visually
be.
see it. Like I see visually in my mind a lot of things. Like when I get into deep thought, I can fully visualize everything. But
Yeah.
my focus isn't on mathematics. It's on like history and such.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, he could. Yeah, it's just amazing. I just think people should be taught problems, given the problem, and taught how to solve the problem, rather than given 2x plus 3x squared plus 6 equals 0. Solve that. Pass the test. And everybody, and I mean every single student I've talked to, up to first year in university, no further, has said to me, "What the fuck's the use of this?"
So no, intelligence is not, you're talking about knowledge. A spectrum, you're only good in the field that you are good in. That's knowledge. Intelligence is something broader than that. It's your capacity for thinking complex thoughts, like various complicated things that are like interconnected, and you can do that all in your brain. Yeah, so it's related, because knowledge and intelligence can't be completely separated, but it's not the same thing.
You use one to, use one to fuel the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a lot of problems with this stuff. Sorry about if I derailed the conversation.
You're fine.
I have a lot of problems with being taught to pass exams. I really do.
So one issue with me, and this is how you can't gauge intelligence entirely through like school, because interest is necessary. If like for me, I fucking hated school because I wasn't interested in anything except for English. I rocked English because I loved it. Anything else I could have done, but I didn't want to. I didn't care.
Yeah.
And that happens to a lot of people.
Of course. Yeah, I agree with that one.
And
Yeah.
so how do you measure that? How can you, it's hard. It's difficult. Like
You can't measure interest, can you?
No, well, not objectively. You can ask someone, but that's not objective.
Yeah.
So
I mean, most schools here in America aren't even trying to make smart people. They're trying to make factory workers. They're trying to just teach them the basics just enough so they can work the machines, but not figure out how bad they're being fucked by the system.
I agree.
I've heard that. As sad as it is funny.
It's sort of a conspiracy, but it's one that I happen to believe in. I don't have a ton of evidence to back it, but it seems that way based on the accumulation of all the evidence, like the way
Well, just
laws
look at our grading system. I mean, we always want grade A, B, grade B, subpar. I mean, grade D, and then grade like F we give to the animals.
Yeah, I don't think that necessarily correlates to how we use school, though.
But we're taught that grade system. It's basically like how we taught everything, like our half-hour lunch break. We have lunch at the same time every day. That lunch break, how to stand in lines. Like it's a social engineering.
Now that is absolutely true, and I agree with you.
If like when you work in a factory, like I did, I mean, it's just like a high school. Like everything runs almost just like a high school, except for you're putting widgets together and shit.
Yeah, it's like a military thing. Yeah.
Yes. And certain people, again, it goes back to like some of it's nature, not nurture. And some people automatically fucking reject that shit. They see it for what it is early on. I was one of those. Now, and I'm not tooting my horn. I'm not saying there's anything special. I'm just saying some people just are like, I'm not fucking being part of this shit. Like it's like a molding facility.
This is the nonconformist. Like I'm a nonconformist. I hate
Yeah.
it, but it's the means to actually being able to live in America. So therefore, you have to.
So what you do is you use it within reason. You
Yeah.
don't fall for it. You don't jump in. You just use it as far as you need to in order to get by at least.
I'm bad at rabble rousing, so like whenever they gave us a pizza party, they had us work 10-hour
You
days.
don't like
for
the
multiple weeks.
regimented thing about the factory work, but you take it for the money.
Yes,
Exactly.
and that's the problem is they go, this is a lot
That
of
is the
people think it
problem.
is, this is the way it is. And that's
Yeah.
the way it'll always be. And I'm like, as long as people think that way, you're right. If people fucking get tired of the shit, it will change, and it has in history. But
Now,
we
here's-
need enough people to get pissed off to be a big enough movement to change things, and we're not there.
Do you think
Oh,
that
no,
will work? In history, looking back at it, people having less access to information and education and stuff like that, right? So if you have that now with the educational access and stuff, do you still think they would do it? Because the ability to
So we need more than just the actual facilities and the teachers and all that. We need a societal shift toward actually giving a fuck about knowledge and intelligence again, because, and you're right, you're bringing up a valid point, and that's part of the problem.
It never really was about knowledge. It was mostly gatekept by the rich. So the rich were always the ones that could always get whatever education they wanted. And it was the poor people that, like in the 1920s, if you're 9 years old, that was off to the factory with you. There was no education for you.
I remember reading about Charles Bronson, who made loads of films and stuff like that. Like, he was down the mines at 9.
Exactly. And that's where they spent their lives. They didn't get higher education or any kind of education, really. My great-grandmother, she was the first one in her family to go to high school, because high school, you had to pay for it back in those days.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Charles Bronson, he looks like he was down the mines at 9.
Oh, and he probably died of black lung at like his 30s,
Yeah.
40s.
Is that the crazy British prisoner dude that was fucking always fighting
No, that's
people?
the American film star.
Oh,
Charles Bronson.
Oh, now I know who you're talking about.
Appalachian coal miner.
Gotcha.
He was a coal miner at 9. Yeah, he looked like it as well. I mean, that guy was rough, you know?
No, it ages you. Like hard labor ages your body. Like I'm 40 and my freaking joints are freaking shot from doing concrete and like a lot of laborious things, like wheeling I've wheeled so much fucking concrete in my life. I don't ever want to wheel concrete ever again.
Yeah.
Hundreds of truckloads.
Yeah. But yeah, it's I'm still like I stick with my thing a lot. Getting back to Trob's point about the people need to know this, that, and the other, but unfortunately, even given the educational level that we're at, this is the most educational level you could ever hope to ever have. To learn things and know things and understand things. People don't want it. They'd rather
You're right.
Do a TikTok dance.
You're right. And that goes back to the societal shift and how there's like a big period of anti-intellectualism right now, which again happens in like almost like a pendulum throughout history. And right now we're in a very, very bad, and it looks like the beginning, unfortunately. It looks like it's going to get worse. Just a period of like hating anything intellectual. Like they distrust it. You see someone that sounds kind of intelligent and you automatically have this innate distrust. Like that guy's going to try to trick me. That guy's trying to like tell me bullshit and lies to take advantage of me. And that's catching on.
Anti-intellectualism and pseudoscience and conspiracies.
Yes.
I mean, the thing is, right, if you're on the net, Trobs, right, here's Trobs sitting on the internet going, right, I know all about this thing here, right? But all these big pharma people are trying to con you and rip you off and put poisonous things into you, and they're injecting little nanobots into you, and there's this and there's that, but don't listen to the science, listen to me. I went to high school and I failed it.
There's also this correlation where people will try to separate like learning and actual experience. And a lot of, I hate to say it, like dumber people use this and they go, I don't need no high and mighty textbook bullshit, blah, blah, blah. They're filling your head with lies. I lived it in person. I know. And like, they tend to be more wrong than they could ever realize.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Kind of like the climate deniers. So the people who deny climate change, like they can be working outside every day in the freaking blazing heat, and it's been getting hotter every year for the last like 20 years, and they're just like, "No, it's not real. That climate change is bullshit." And it's like, well, we're in like the third week of a 100-degree heat wave.
But even outside of the right now, like that has to ignore mountains of fucking evidence that shows from almost every fucking expert on the planet that yes, we have climate change, and yes, 100%, we are responsible for the shift.
Unfortunately, Joe Rogan on YouTube has this guy who's got a book to sell, which is full of shit, but he's got the book to sell. He's about as intelligent as a goldfish, and he talks well. And he goes on Joe Rogan, who has a massive audience, and people sit there and listen to it and take it in.
That's why I don't like I hate Joe Rogan, because he is known for bringing on pseudoscientific bullshit and entertaining ideas, and he's also a grifter. That's my opinion. I don't know that for a fact.
Well, it's for monetary gain. I mean,
exactly.
Mel, yeah, I definitely agree with you. That if somebody's like well-spoken, then people just say, "Oh, well, then they must be believed." Then everything that they're saying is correct.
Look at Trump. Trump speaks at a 4th grade level. That guy's a
that's true too. Yeah, I don't even know how the fuck did he get elected.
So I think you're both right. It depends on the person. So you can be attracted to someone that sounds smart, and you can automatically think that means something and that they're telling the truth. But also there's people that think more emotionally. There's something about Trump that like makes them feel that he is genuine. That they're stupid, but it's like it's an emotional thing. It's like it's not logical at all.
Well, Boris Johnson did it to the people in UK too. It's like he speaks on their level. So most people are stupid. That's how it is. And then Trump speaks at their level of understanding. To us, he sounds like a damn child.
Yes, and that's the emotional aspect, is relatability. He talks and they're like, hey, it almost goes back to the anti-intellectualism thing I was talking about before, where people hear something intelligent and they're like, they emotionally feel like that person thinks they're better than me, even though that may not be what they're doing. So when they hear someone like Trump, yes, and when I get it too all the time, and I'm like, dude, I'm not trying to offend you. This is just how I fucking talk.
To correct you, and
yes. Well, to me, it's just like I'll use a certain word that's to me not even like a very big word, and they're like, oh, you don't need to use those $10 words. And I'm like, dude, I'm not trying to change or like impress you. This is just how I fucking talk. Like
I got my vocabulary from listening to a lot of documentaries and stuff like that, and therefore I apply those words to my vocabulary.
Here's a dangerous thing, right? Speaking about people like Joe Rogan's show and things like that, and I've seen a few of his guests on there and stuff like that, is when you get somebody on there who's like a super duper well-known, well-published scientific type, right? This guy is a smart guy, and he knows how to talk, he knows how to present stuff, and he's on there talking bullshit.
Well, the stupid people tend to fall
how do you
much easier.
But for myself, I can look at that. Perhaps somebody like Trobs or Gadwin or Melody, or you can look at that and you can say, wait a minute, that sounded a bit iffy. I'll just check this out. Most people are not going to do that. They just go, whoa, Oxford mathematician says this. That's good enough for me,
So to me, so what I do
don't
is
ever go to social media to get like any of your news. Like that's a given.
People
still do it. I don't know why, but people do that all of the time.
So we're talking about a guy who's he's I forgot his name, but the guy is an Oxford mathematician, and he's a famous Oxford mathematician. The guy is well known. He's discovered things, you've done this, and he comes on and he tells you God is real because of this. now where are you? If you're not, if you haven't got the kind of brain that, as I was alluded to earlier, the problem solving kind of brain, you're not going to check up on this. You're fucking Brooks a genius.
That's why in chat, like if you see me posting shit in chat all the time, like I will, if somebody says something that I question, I'll go look it up and then I'll present to what I found into the chat, and then we can dispute what I found, and you can say yes, that's the correct.
Would you consider yourself the average person on the street?
No, I find myself to be very ostracized and be alone, basically, because of how I am.
Yeah. So that I do this, I do that doesn't really work in that context, because I don't know what the numbers are. I'll pull a number out of my ass and go 95% of the people wouldn't follow it up.
True.
Yeah, a lot of people I've known don't look anything up. They just take everything as facts. Like they'll read a single book from one guy and then take that as
you
their
Google
whole
it, you read the top
story.
comment. Yeah, you Google it, you read the top comment, and you go, well, it's this. You go back to chat and you type it in, and you go, well, it says this. Huh? No.
I'm always up to debate things. Like there's, yeah.
It's like,
I enjoy the process, and so some people think that it's this innate desire to prove I'm right. That's not what it is. It's the process of challenging my own beliefs, because I'm actually taking, for the most part, unless it's something crazy, I'm taking the words of the other person seriously, and I'm pressing it against my own views, because in some weird kind of way, I kind of want to be wrong if I'm wrong, because then I know the fucking truth, because my end all be all is truth.
Exactly.
And that's why I enjoyed debate, because it challenges you, because your ego defends itself automatically. That's just basic psychology.
Which I tried to get rid of ego. Like taking psychedelics is a good way to dissolve ego, and they call them the ego dissolving drugs.
True, but I don't know if it's the same ego. We use ego in two different ways. We use it in in terms of like arrogance or confidence, but it's also like an innate part of your personality.
It's part of how you present yourself,
know. It's literally who you are in your idea, your estimation. And I don't know if you can get rid of that.
My ideas have shifted so many times over the years just because of new information, and then
Me
I have
too.
really good recall ability, so I can recall a lot of things or events that I've been through, and then go back and reevaluate that, and then come back.
I find it difficult to say that psychedelics you can just. I am who I am now, as we are. We're having a little chat and all the rest of it, and I go, okay, then I'll have a little LSD beer, and that will change the way I am, and I'm now a different person.
So I don't think it will kill your ego, but I do believe there's an element of truth to it. I think that it does allow you to see something differently, or to evaluate things from a different perspective, and sometimes that causes people to like, a lot of times the way I've looked into it, the way people describe it is they see the world from a different perspective and see that they're a small part of a greater whole, and that automatically shatters your ego, because you lose any sense of your significance. You learn that the parts of the ego that makes you, like for me, like caring about truth and all that, is literally just how we evolved since childhood to survive. And it's not real. It's like,
well, I had a very out of body experience with it. Like I was outside my body. So I saw myself laying like on a table. I was standing next to like a part of myself, and then I was there in whole myself, and I was evaluating myself. And it was weird. I was like, okay, we gotta fix this. And we like both myself and my like subconscious like dove into my brain, and like I became the blood and flowed through my whole body. Like every breath, like I could feel the oxygen entering my blood. And then I oozed up through my body and like came back into my body. And then all of a sudden I had like this thing where I like turned into a rock. I got dropped into a pond, and then like all the ripples. And then all of a sudden I was standing outside on the side of the pond. He's like, every action in life is like a rock being thrown into the pond. You create ripples. The bigger the action, the more waves you cause. And then all of a sudden I like warped into like air basically, and I was whipping through the canyons and stuff. Like it was a very
So the way I look at it, I'm not an expert and I've never done hallucinogens, but the way I seem to think of it is that it's not actually doing something to change you automatically. It's allowing you, it's like it's removing a filter or something so that you can see something.
Blockages. Yeah.
Yes. And
What
with that being said, it means that you can get there without hallucinogens. Hallucinogens just make it easier.
Well, the John Hopkins report, when they did the psychedelics report with mushrooms, is it can actually fix neurological damage in the brain. So it can reconnect neural connections in the brain and then fix the damaged parts. So like if you had childhood trauma and stuff like that, you can go in and kind of repair that with psychedelics.
I've heard that.
I would say first thing is I don't know who that guy is. Second thing is that's one study.
That's true. But hold on. I have looked at several studies that I wouldn't call it proof, but I would say there's evidence to suggest that there is several beneficial components to hallucinogens. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, because there's also evidence to show of negative, mainly in high quantities, like with anything, high dosage, it can cause massive damage to your brain.
What my experience also with psychedelics is it depends on the brain that's using them too. So basically it's what you take with you is what you're going to see. So if you're hopped up on religion, you're going to see religious iconography. That's why like a lot of the people in the past who have all these visions of God breathed in fire and all this other shit, seeing angels and everything, it's because they did psychedelics, but they're also high on religion, basically.
So being that you brought that up, that gets me into like the root here. And the question is, does hallucinogens actually do anything? And why I bring that up is because the way you just worded what you said is it like who they are is a component already, which leads me to believe that it's likely that they're just tripping and their brain is creating whatever they're tripping.
Well, exactly. That's what it is.
Which means it don't actually do anything. Like it doesn't
are a key to open the door, basically.
But the point is it's most likely, in my opinion, not real. It's not actually something that's you're viewing reality. Your brain's fucking up.
It does mess with your eyes.
It's real like because your brain is making the connections, firing the neurons.
Right. Well, it's serotonin. So when we take psychedelics, it takes serotonin that's already in the body and floods the body with serotonin, which then causes the psychedelic reaction.
Mm-hmm.
So are you doing like shrooms or something? And
I've done shrooms and LSD. I've done both. I like the mushrooms better because the LSD has strychnine in it, so it just makes your neck really tight.
So how often do you do this, and where and why?
It's been years ago now, but I did the mushrooms the first time. I was actually in chat and everything like that. And I was having somebody put music on for me. Music helps a lot.
Sorry, I was interrupting.
Oh, sorry. What did you say?
No, it's okay. No, I was interrupting. I was going to say I did LSD and a few other things, and I took.
Oh yeah, I've done that several times.
I took 4 black microdot LSDs all at once in one day.
I like mushrooms except for the taste.
I don't know whether I've never got the next 3 days back.
When I did LSD, I did I think it was like 11 hits of acid. Like I fucking
what the fuck?
You wouldn't do 11 black microdot.
I had the
little, my god, I'm surprised.
I had a card.
Alive.
I had the card.
Sunshine or you lick it or something. One of those.
It had little bears on it, so mine was the little Grateful Dead bears.
No, these were little lumps of coal, tiny little coal dust. And I took 4 of them in a day, and I didn't see the next 3 days. I have no idea where they went. I got arrested apparently. I have no idea.
I liked it because I did it. I started at like 9 o'clock at night, and then I put on I made a playlist of different music to listen to because I found whenever you're tripping, putting on music can really influence what you see. And, I do it alone.
Sorry, about the brain, and you're saying about psychological this and drugs that, right? When I was a teenager, I was clean off it. I wasn't the full Monty, but I remember one day I was sleeping on my bed and I was on my back. Okay. And how do I know I was sleeping on my bed on my back? Because I was on the ceiling looking down.
That's what I said when
No
I had
drugs.
my out of body experience. It's weird how you can see
Yeah,
yourself.
so, you know.
Oh wow!
Therefore,
I never
God.
heard that.
That's all I was
gotta
saying.
do a lot.
Therefore, God.
But you said 11. That you took like 11
What-
hits. That's
Not
fucking
really.
insane.
My best trips though when I ate mushrooms, like the first time I did about an eighth of mushrooms. The last time I did any psychedelics was I did about a whole quarter of mushrooms all at once. Like, and I was out. Like, I
I'm not
passed
sure.
out.
I think
I
it's
remember
quite.
this one part. Like, I had to piss really bad. I was like, I had the whole Pink Floyd album on. I went through the whole Pink Floyd album. That was pretty cool.
I
but
would
I had
just
to
do like
piss.
a couple of like some of the stem and then a couple of caps because I think like the caps are a little bit stronger if I'm not
Oh
mistaken.
yeah, the caps were much more potent than the stems.
Okay, so I would do like maybe like 2 stems and 1 cap, and that was it, and that would get me going because I didn't want to do any more than that because
Well, the
yeah,
first time
I
it
was
was a test. So like the first time I didn't know what, it's like you don't know what you're in for. So you always want a small dose the first time just so you get a feel for it, the more of an understanding how your body's going to react.
oh yeah, for sure.
But
Yeah,
then once you're
absolutely.
comfortable with it, then you can kind of just jump in the deep end and kind of go with it.
Yeah, I would like to try it again. Just the shrooms, not LSD. That's I don't
It
know.
doesn't show, Mel, to be honest. It
I love
doesn't
the
show.
shrooms.
What,
Get
Mal?
some weed.
No, weed makes me weird. I don't like it. It makes me
It
quiet.
helps with the come down. So whenever you're coming down and you kind of get like your heart, because my heart was just a beating like a crazy, like and like as a wild Mustang fucking running, like it was kind of cool. But the weed kind of like helps soothe you back down. It brings you back down.
Undiluted orange squash.
Weed. It makes me boring and I just feel weird.
It's the mellow you out. It's the come down off of things like that. The weed's more of like just for your soft landing. It's like your parachute.
Yeah. I mean, I know like lots of people like weed. It's just not my thing. But yeah, I would like to do shrooms again if I can get my hands.
When I did the LSD though, I made it till morning. Like I was up all night. And I made it to the morning, the sun's out, and I was like, oh, I gotta do like the inventor of LSD. I got the bike and I went riding the bike around, freaking just a pair of shorts on, no shirt, nothing on, and like all the colors of everything. The trees are all bright.
Isn't that like what the inventor of LSD did? He was like,
yeah,
he was like riding his bike around.
Yeah, he went on a bike ride, and it's
yeah.
The colors of everything just pop because it does change visually how you see things. Like it makes everything brighter. Like the sky is so much more blue, the sun, all the green. It just makes everything look so vibrant and you're just in awestruck. You're just kind of looking around with your mouth hanging open, just like wow, like you're seeing everything for the first time.
And after LSD, 30 years later, when you swipe your hand in front of your face, you can still see 20 hands. So your brain's fucked. After images.
Nah, there's
I don't do any more of that. I like to see the world the way it is, thanks.
There's no residual effects of it. Like for sure, you have to eat your whole body weight in mushrooms to OD on them. Like you can't OD on mushrooms. And the only adverse effects is like people who take in bad acid. So if you get acid that's not acid, it's gonna fry your brain.
Yeah, and you get a bad trip. That's what I was saying about the undiluted orange juice.
I agree with you with the bad acid, but I'll disagree unless I misunderstand you. If you're saying that you can't take too much, that is not true. Because there is evidence to show that people have been clinically insane after taking large amounts or large doses of acid.
That's because of the broken brain. So if you already have the kind of a broken brain, and then the psychedelics can amplify those fears. Like if you had a really traumatic childhood where you're beaten and abused a lot, that can amplify that and basically make you go insane.
True, but I believe that regardless of like broken brain, I think if you take enough acid, any human being on this planet will go crazy.
That's why I said mushrooms.
Oh, I agree with that. I thought you were talking about
mushrooms. You
acid.
have to eat your body weight for the toxic level of
I'm not sure if you were here earlier.
It also depends on your initial mindset. Like if you are out to if you think, oh my gosh, this is gonna fuck me up horribly, then it might just do that. But
Exactly.
if you have like a positive
if
it's probably gonna do the opposite.
if you're a
Depending on,
teenager
like
I
you said,
was,
if it's bad or good shit.
Well, I had a freaking out moment where like I was listening to this music and it had all of a sudden I fell into this black box and all I could hear was chains and somebody screaming in the background, like a woman like screaming. And I started like to panic and I was like, hey, stupid, you're tripping balls. Just calm down. And like I had to recenter myself and then like
I find it
and then I just dropped out of the box. And then I was
from
back
my
into
own
the daylight.
personal experience. I find it difficult for people to say, "Oh, there I was tripping balls," and I thought to myself, "Hey, I need to calm down." I never thought anything. I was just
I was fully
complete
conscious the whole
nutter,
time.
and they went, "Here, Mal, have some of these." You know,
And that's why
okay, bang.
I did everything alone.
I don't get it, you know.
I did it alone, so therefore I didn't have no outside interference. Because a lot of times you hear people that take mushrooms, and then somebody's always trying to fuck with them.
Yeah,
so
a lot of it has to do with like anxiety, or if somebody you're around, you're not comfortable with.
That is, I've had that experience before, and I can tell you one thing: I will never ever trust a person again if they fuck with me when I'm having a bad experience, because when you're in that zone or that way of thinking, it is not good, and it is really, really bad, and you got to be a fucked up human being to think that's funny.
And there's another thing, like this other guy I knew, he did shrooms. This batch of shrooms came around the whole area, and so I knew this other guy, he did them. And my friend, he was living in with my friend, and my friend said he put on a horror movie. He thought it was going to be great to watch a horror movie.
Oh God, fuck that!
he watched. This guy was dumb as a box of rocks too, though.
I think people
watched the horror
That's the dumbest goddamn thing ever.
He watched the horror movie and he sat on the steps all night shaking because he was terrified to go off those steps. He just sat there and gave himself a bad trip.
I think
oh my God!
People fucking other people about when they're off their head have probably had, and in fact, in most times they've had it done to them, and they're just passing it on.
That's fucked up. Like I would be the opposite. Someone's done that to me on weed before, and I'll never fucking forget it. And because of that experience, I will do everything I can if I think someone else is experiencing that to relieve them of that, not to make it fucking worse.
Yeah, because they've had it done to them, so they feel that. So they think, I'll give it to him because that would be funny because I know what it's like.
That's a terrible way to look at things, but
I don't look like that. When I was 19, I went with a friend over to his friend's house. And I got there and they were all doing shit. And I was still pretty pure to the everything. Like I didn't do a lot of drugs yet or anything like that. I just smoked weed. And I was sitting there on the couch watching music. They had music playing on the PlayStation. It would make a design go all over the screen and everything. I was just kind of sitting there waiting for my friend to get back. He went to the store with his girlfriend. And I'm sitting there, all of a sudden I hear Stu's ODing. And I look back and all his friends just fucking vomited out of the fucking house, gone. And he's just laying there, looks like a dead body on the floor. And I just like run over him like, what the fuck? And then this one kid comes back in. I'm like, what do I do? And he's like, he's choking on his tongue. So I got down, I shoved my fingers down his throat, trying to clear his airway. That wasn't working. So I flipped him over, drug him over to the toilet and started like Heimliching him. And that wasn't doing anything. Freaking, I drag him back over the floor. I lay him down. They taught us CPR in 6th grade. And so I remember I was trying to like pull back from my memory of all my CPR lessons. I was like laying him out, bending his head back to get his airway open. And I just was ready to start chest compressions on him. And because he wasn't breathing or nothing. And all of a sudden we could see the lights outside for the ambulance. And he's like, hey, go, I'll stay with him. And I got up and I went out. My friend just happened to pull up, got in the car with him, and we fucking just drove off. That kid lived that night, probably because I was fucking Heimliching him and just getting enough air into his lungs.
So what I want to focus on... Go ahead.
I'm interrupting, but I got to go to bed. It's 20 to 4.
It's all good. Take it easy, Mal.
Just before I do go, I would say I had a CPR course where you did a basic first aid course. And I was doing CPR on this toy doll thing, and his fucking head popped off.
What? you decapitated somebody? What the fuck?
You're doing good. If you ain't cracking
Well,
ribs,
I
you
just
ain't
looked
doing
up and
anything.
said, have I failed?
So it has to be that forceful. Like you
Oh,
say
yeah.
about cracking, you're supposed to really push
Oh
down.
yeah. If you're not
Right,
cracking
well.
ribs, you're not doing chest compressions hard enough. You're not doing
Damn.
anything then.
I don't know anything
Like
about
it's
it.
gonna crack ribs whenever you do them right.
I want to focus on those people that left, because what that means is their little bit of trouble they may get into is more significant to them than the fucking life of a person.
Oh, exactly.
That's what that
they
means.
were out for themselves only. Me, I just cared about that kid. I didn't even know the kid. He was a stranger to me. But the sad part is, like, that kid, that was Xanax he was on that night, I found out. But he moved to another town, and then I heard a couple years later they found him dead in his apartment. So probably the same thing happened, but all his friends just took off and just left him die.
That's fucked up. But like, even if you're not like a drug person or whatever, dude's just fucking trying to live, and he fucking finds enjoyment in that shit. Like, why the fuck would you just be like, yep, fuck you, I'm out?
Because I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, that's such a small thing compared to a fucking life, though, in my opinion. Like that's so tiny.
But that
Like, to
shows, like,
me, if I left and that dude died, even though there was multiple other people, I don't allow that to dilute my involvement. I still have responsibility, and I would never fucking forgive myself if that person died and I could have stopped it.
And that's just separates, like, I tend to be kind of empathic. I always feel for people. Like, if I see somebody and I know that they're hungry or something like that, I can sense that, and I'll offer them my food or money or anything like that. Like, I will,
but I have like a caveat. So
It depends on the fish.
if I don't know the person, then I automatically default to what you just said. If I know the person and I don't think they're a good person, I don't give a shit what happens to them.
Yeah.
Okay, but what
like that.
what everybody else is like wanting it like around you. They're like, okay, I'm homeless. Like, here, give me money, give me money, blah blah blah. So yeah, in that circumstance, you kind of have to watch out. I don't think that would happen in America. I've never seen. Well, I haven't seen it. I have never seen that in America, but I'm sure it could happen in certain areas.
I remember one time my cousin laughed at me. We were going through Harrisburg, and there was a homeless guy on the street, like, asking for money. And that day I ended up buying a whole family size bag of Doritos, and I was sitting in the truck eating my Doritos, and I had a good half of the bag left. I rolled it up and I just handed it to the guy when we pulled up next to him. I was like, "Here you go, buddy, enjoy it."
So to go back into what Melody was saying, and by the way, I don't think this is a majority. This is actually sort of rare, but I actually did a similar thing with some McDonald's food at the time, and ended up giving it to them, and they were pissed because they wanted money. They threw it on the fucking ground and fucking stomped on it. And
a friend of mine had the same thing happen to him. So yeah, and so it says like, we'll work for food, or I'm hungry or something like that. And the dude like went to McDonald's, got some food for him, and gave it to him, and he was like, "Fuck you! I want money." And I'm
That's
like,
because he wanted drugs. That was all hellbound
probably
on me wanting drugs.
But look, the point is, if they had been upfront and said, look, like if they were asking for money and I'm like, what are you going to use it for? And they're like, I want to buy some alcohol. I would give them the money because I think that they have a shit life and they just want to fucking take the edge off and maybe be out of the world for a little while. Fucking more power to you. I just don't like when they fucking like, they take advantage of you.
Hungry. Don't say that you're hungry and you want food whenever you want money. Just say like, I need money. I mean, that's as simple as it gets.
Situation like that. I was actually, my wife at the time, she wrecked a vehicle and she was in the hospital. My mom was taking me to the hospital, and I was in the passenger side, and I seen a homeless guy walking down the street. So I palmed a 20 in my hand, and that way whenever he came by, I like shook his hand, and he's like, "Oh, bless you," and everything like that, and everything. Mom's like, what if he's gonna spend it on alcohol?
Cool.
Mom's like, what's he gonna spend it? What if he spends that on alcohol? I was like, I don't care.
Doesn't matter.
He doesn't matter. He wants with it. He's living a rough life as it is.
So when people don't think that way, what it tells me is like people get pissed off and they're like, I gave them money and they went and bought alcohol. What that tells me is more about you than them. It tells me that you feel entitled to your shit to such an extent that you think that your money to help someone else is only worth it if it's them in dire straits, like food, shelter, water. And that's fucked. Like it almost goes back to like the current thing with them wanting to destroy fucking Medicaid and shit. Or not the Medicaid thing, the candy with EBT food stamp type stuff.
Mhm.
Like, dude, you should not be able to dictate the type of food people that might be the only, like, one of a couple of the only fucking good things they have in their fucking life that they have to look forward to. And if you're going to get on your high horse and go, well, taxpayer money is funding that, they should only buy healthy food. Like, fuck you. Like,
Yeah.
that is so fucked up, the way of thinking.
That's that kind of boomer mentality, because it's like they should be feeling privileged or something like that I gave them my money, which you get a lot of these people who act like they pay for the food stamps when you have to make over $50,000 a year to even start contributing to the food stamp program.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's only like $50.
Yep. It's not, it's very helpful and it doesn't harm society. And well,
it's farm stimulus anyway. Like the SNAP programs to keep farmers from going broke.
But I love how like the Republicans will always act like we can't keep paying for this. Not only that's just complete bullshit, because we have one of the weakest fucking security nets of any major country in the world.
Well, that's why we had some of the most.
How about taking money out of the freaking military? I mean,
exactly. I agree.
We spend so much fucking shit like on Israel. They are so fucking rich. Why are we giving them money?
Well, that's the thing too.
Like,
we give so much money
we need to be
Israel.
doing that for our own country.
I agree.
Israel gives all their people health care, gives them free homes, gives them free education, and it's paid for by the American taxpayer.
Yeah, we need to be taking care of our own country, the people here.
So look, I don't have a problem. I agree with you. I don't have a problem with helping other countries. I do have a problem with. Okay. I do have a problem
they're
funding.
Rich.
I agree, and I have a problem funding genocide.
So military, they always have, and they are. They're doing like genocide on Palestine right now.
I know. So that's what's wrong about it. It's not to be clear. For me, it's not that we're not spending the money on ourselves. It's why we're spending the money on outside of ourselves, and it's funding fucking genocides and fucking causing all kinds of fucking evil. That's the problem. But like when it comes to like assisting like Africa and shit that has like major fucking malnourishment and disease problems and shit like that, fucking yes, do it.
No, but that never ever happens. Like
USAID.
The only way that we do anything that we contribute any funds for anybody is if we get something back from them.
That's true. It's usually soft power. Like we have the control in that government and the region, and it allows us to get away with certain shit. But I'm fine with it if we're not fucking over the people. Unfortunately, we usually do. We usually make them subservient to us, and like we give them like a loan or something to get by, and we set up the deal to where down the road when they pull themselves out, they're so fucked by our fucking like paying interest back that they're always in debt for the rest of their life, and they're just fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
we do that all the
time.
Their
natural resources all become ours.
Yep, we plunder it.
That's China. That's China. Now we're trying to take over Greenland because all of their minerals that they have there.
Well, that kind of fell through a while ago. He hasn't talked about that in a good while, but
yeah, that's kind of something else because nobody really cares because nobody lives there.
Well, he would have went to war with NATO. So if he would have tried to take Greenland, that would have been NATO turning on America, and that would have been all of Europe and against America.
Well, and that's another thing. So like we're not going to really defend any other country than those are within NATO, which I mean,
but we should, because it like I don't agree with this isolationist shit. NATO has a purpose, and the primary purpose of NATO from the onset was to counter Russian power and aggression, and it served that purpose pretty well. Not perfectly, but pretty well. And we should not just, they have come to our defense, like after 9/11. It's the only time Article 4, I think, whatever the article is to where you have to defend if one ally is attacked, it's the only time it's ever been invoked. And it was for us. Now we shouldn't just go fuck you to everyone else now that we're fine. That would be wrong.
Yeah, so yeah, I just don't understand like the whole Israel thing. That pisses me the fuck off so
That's
bad.
because they control our media.
I agree. Well,
They're welfare babies.
well, the thing is, they have so much money, but they have money because of us. It's a weird revolving door because they get more money through like the Congress sending them funds, but they send a small portion back. The only difference is they're just paying specific congressmen or the president, and they come out like bandits that way.
Mm-hmm.
It should be that you got to find a way to shut that shit off, and it all goes back to fucking Citizens United. If we stop money in politics and stop calling money free speech, then all that shit will go away, or at least it can go away.
A good chunk of it. Well, at least funding the politicians who support Israel and their bad actions.
Politics. It's all politics.
If you get the money
rich
out.
funding. So the rich mostly fund Republicans. You can see the donor list.
Yep.
It's like all the billionaires are funding Republicans, and then the people actually fund the Democrats.
I agree with the exception. The Democrats take a lot of dark money as well, but not as bad as Republicans. But one area that I see it's about equal is AIPAC. Both sides are corrupt as fuck, taking Israel. AIPAC is Israel's lobby. Israel, that's their spending money to keep Congress on their side so they can do whatever the fuck they want. And they have both sides locked down with very few exceptions. Like we've got
money
Bernie, maybe.
Everybody.
Yes. There's like a fucking 2 or 3 people that aren't fucking involved in this shit. And yeah.
Look how quick Fetterman turned over. Fetterman was like all for the people. And then as soon as he got in the power, boom, he's taking AIPAC money and now pro-Israel.
Yep. I think he also uses his stroke as like a "it changed me" type thing to try to like use that as an excuse, but I'm not buying it.
Yeah, he's a con man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've always just been a Bernie guy. He's about the only one I would actually trust with anything in our government.
I agree. There's some new girl that I heard of, Cat something. She's a white girl. I'm starting to like her, but I don't know a lot about her. I haven't really dug into politics in a bit.
I like Jasmine Crockett. She's from Texas. She's that black chick with she's snappy. She tells us how the fuck
cool
it is.
Too. She's more of a centristy type, but I like her at least in that she fights. That's the most important thing. And the funny thing is, back in the day, that was the bare minimum. To be a congressman, that's the bare minimum. You fight for your constituents. Now, there's like 2 fucking people in all of Congress doing that. Like, no one fights anymore. They all roll over and just do what everyone else wants to do.
Well, they have their public speak and then their private speak, and they're all backed by donors. And they do these big dinners where it's like $100,000 for a plate of food and shit like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's fucked up.
And Trump's just as bad. Like that guy's having so much money funneled in through his hotels.
No, I'll counter that. Not just as bad. He's the worst of all. He's literally like, some people can be bought off and they want to be kind of feeling good and secure, and then they'll also have some values. Trump has no values. It's all money, and he has no limit. Like, he's never satisfied. It's like, no matter what you do, he will, the next week, he'll be doing some other corrupt fucking thing to try to get more money.
That's like his crypto. He was taking billions of dollars in from countries and then giving them a private dinner and everything like that.
Yep. He don't even hide it. Like in the past, I've always looked at presidents, even on the left, and been like, yeah, that motherfucker's making damn deals. What a piece of shit. Trump, it's easy to prove with him because he don't even hide it. He just says it directly. He's like, yeah.
Which he does show how broken our system is. He's like,
that's true.
The main person is just abusing every aspect of
because he's too stupid to hide it, even if he wanted to. So
yeah, he has zero finesse. He's like a fucking bull in a china shop.
But again, I hope the little bit of silver lining is that it makes it to where people see the flaws that aren't already on board. Like you and me, we've seen this shit forever. Most people aren't. Most people still think everything's fucking great. But Trump might change that because he's so stupid he can't hide shit. So people see it for what it is. Maybe. At least that's what I'm hoping.
But it's kind of scary because his supporters seem dumber than him, and
that's true. And that's one thing that's concerning me. Like I'm like positive and negative. Like there's both. So what I'm concerned, and I've said it before, is the 25 to 30% of the population that it does not matter what happens. It doesn't matter what he does. His joke about shooting someone on 9th Avenue and not losing voters, that is a joke, but it's also true for a large percentage of people. And that is fucking scary. Like,
after everything came out, like the 34 felonies, convicted of rape. I mean, the whole
yes,
Russia
and
scandal.
after all that shit, if you're still on board, you have no values at all. Like you're like a fucking sociopath.
And that's they did a thing here not too long ago, where Trump supporters were like, "Oh, I just want to watch it burn. I don't care. I'll support him just to watch it burn." And that's their whole. They're just a troll mentality. It's these troll people.
What the fuck? I don't know how to fix it.
If you look at like farmers, I mean, their cost sell it's $0 to $0, so they aren't making shit. They can't buy like new equipment. Everything that they sell, they make no money on, and so he thinks that these new subsidies are going to make everything okay for them. No, it's not.
He's cutting them a $12 billion check after they just lost like $49 billion in sales.
It's a fucking Band-Aid just to make him look good.
Yep.
No, he fucked everybody over.
Exactly.
Because of those tariffs.
You're right, and it's all optics. See, he gives a tiny nothing compared to what he's done and what he's getting. And yes, and like even for your average individual citizen, the money that he's going to give, or is at least floats about giving, that little dividend fucking whatever, that is not shit compared to how much he has fucked the whole damn country. Everyone. And I'm talking about anyone but the wealthy. Like all lower class, all middle class have been so fucked. I couldn't even imagine.
For the farmers, that's going to be like pennies on the dollar, and it's going to last
all the factories closing.
It's not going to do shit.
We've got all of the fucking red flags showing right now. We're about to hit a depression. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen.
Recession, yeah, it's a big recession coming. Because the Budweiser plant closed, a couple Ford plants just closed, Tyson meat plant. That basically these plants that closed, they were just in small little towns where almost 50% of the whole community worked at these plants.
Yep.
And they just went down, and so we're gonna lose. Like towns are losing their whole entire revenue.
Yep. And then those people are going to have to flood to big cities. It's going to make the cities even more overcrowded. But that's not going to create jobs. People are going to be starving regardless. Like,
oh, wait, did you see his speech he just did the other day about, they're building factories everywhere and all this bullshit?
Yes, he just fucking lies constantly, and some people
they're
fucking
taking
believe
away
it.
jobs all the time for like AI stuff. Like they've laid off like for Microsoft, for Amazon.
We've lost 1.1 million jobs so far this year.
Yeah, and it's just going to ramp up. It's not going to.
The funny thing is, the hilarious thing of it all is that Trump ran even the first term and the second term on bringing manufacturing back. He claimed that's what the tariffs was all about.
Yep.
And that's the opposite of what we're seeing, because in all truth, we can't do it. We can't compete with China. That's the reality. You can't.
We're past developing. Like there's stages. Like you go from manufacturing to service industry to like I forget the third one, but you can't go back. Like we've already advanced forward, and we're at the service.
We could. We wouldn't make as much money, but we could. The point is, though, even if we wanted to, which personally I don't think it's a good move. But even if we wanted to, we can't compete with China because, we would have to be able to. We would have to basically make the law to where children can work and slave labor. That's the only way to compete, and I don't agree with that. I don't think we should do that.
Take wages down so low. So like right now, the best dollar for labor is Mexico. So that's why most of the manufacturing went down to Mexico. Is because per dollar, what they can make off of the labor is the most profitable.
Yep.
And if you were to bring that back here, you're gonna have to start paying people like $20 an hour the work, and no company's gonna do that. And then the price of the goods is gonna go up that much.
Yep. There's no way around it. Like, I don't know why he even said it in the first place, because the whole idea is stupid. Maybe he doesn't even believe that. He just wanted to lie to people to get them on board.
Well, he's good at telling people what they want to hear and then
Right.
just doing whatever he wants.
That's probably what it is.
Did you see the Hunger Games thing he sent out? The Patriot Games?
No.
Coming next year, they're going to be taking one male and one female from every state or district and having them compete in games.
The fuck?
Yeah, it was just a speech he just gave here. It's literally the Hunger Games for America.
What in the fuck kind of shit? I need to look into this. That's fucking crazy. Surely it won't be like literally to the death shit.
Not yet.
It is true that if they want to implement something like that, it'll happen in stages so that it won't shock the populace.
Oh, exactly. You have to slowly, it's like boiling the frog in the water.
Yep. That's true. And that's why I've been making such a fucking fuss over the things that has changed and the fucking losing freedom of speech. That if you even happen to be on the left, you're considered a terrorist. That is, all these things may seem small in a vacuum, but in totality, that's how fucking historically, that's how Mussolini began. You start fucking cramping intellectuals, you get rid of them, you fucking attack attack the ability for you to speak freely. And then it happens like in small stages to where people aren't like all at once. It's not like getting smacked in the face.
Yep.
And then over the course of like 5-10 years, you got a fucking dictator on your hands.
Normalizing it.
Exactly.
Making it normal.
And that's what we're seeing right now, in my opinion.
That's just like with the police, using the military as a police force in these states. Like he's getting people used to the military being around these places before he actually fully implements it.
Horrible.
Yep, I agree. And people just aren't taking it seriously. And I'm like, you've got to fucking wake the fuck up. Well, to be fair, that's true.
Well, there's so much shit going on.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. He did it from the beginning, and I don't think it was his idea. It was someone else's, but that was the plan to start with. It's like a blitzkrieg tactic of throw as much shit as possible, and you've got several things that does. One, human brains can't handle it. They're going to shut down and just go, fuck politics. Even I do it. I won't lie. Sometimes I do that because I just can't fucking take the shit anymore. I agree.
I think most of us do. It's just,
but the point is that makes it to where they are more powerful, because that's the whole idea, to shut us down and make it to where we can't handle anymore. And that's why he just keeps on and keeps on. And then he gets more and more shit through. And it don't take a whole, we're not too fucking far away from where he can make a fucking dictatorship a reality.
Yep. And that's what Project 2025 is all about.
Mm-hmm.
It's cutting all the powers and then making it so the president has everything.
Yep. It just tried to lay it with a veneer of like, these are conservative values, but it's all bullshit just for fucking consolidating power in the hands of a few.
I mean, just like Trump said to that one Christian university, I just need you to vote this last time. This will be the last time you'll vote. You need to vote.
Yeah, that very much concerned me. People are like, that's just Trump. And I'm like, you need to stop doing this. That's just Trump shit. You need to take him seriously. Because even though he's retarded, usually when he says, like, if it's something bad that people are afraid of and he says it, he usually is at least going to try to make it happen. You need to start taking Trump seriously and stop going, well, that's just Trump talking shit.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, you do have to take it seriously. But like, so we've only got like a couple of years left of him. And
3.
it seems like, huh?
3 years ago.
Oh,
yeah.
shit. Okay. So, but it seems like every election, like every 4 years, it tends to like go back and forth from like Democrats to Republicans and like back and forth.
That's the Overton window. Yes. And that tends to be how it goes. The problem, we need to get away from this idea that if shit's bad, one, it's all about the president. And that's not always the case.
It's not going to get better just because we have like a Democrat, going into.
Yes. So what people do is they're so simplistic. They don't want to see all the nuance. They want to go, like, for instance, shit was kind of bad economically during Biden. Not his fault, but it was.
And they're still blaming him on the
exactly
whole, like,
because they're so simplistic. So they go, things are bad. That means that it's the president's fault, and by extension, the party that he ran under. So they said, Okay, then now we need to get a Republican. Surely it can't be worse than this. Oh, you were fucking wrong. You were fucking wrong. So you got to get away from this fucking mentality of if shit's bad, it's the party in question's fault and we need to go to the other party, because that's not how shit works.
Yeah, the whole system's just broken at this point. Like, we
Yep.
just need almost a full collapse just to rebuild up from the ashes.
That's why I'm not a liberal. I'm a leftist. I don't believe, I honestly, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't believe that this system can be fixed. I think it has to be fucking destroyed.
It's too
Destroyed.
polluted at this point.
I think that it has to be a revolution of some kind, because
Okay.
they're not
Okay.
going to give it up.
What would that consist of?
Well, I think it would
Your
look
brain.
a lot. It would look a lot like the French Revolution, and I love the French Revolution and what that meant for not just France but the whole world. I think
World War III.
Well, no, I think that it would mainly be peaceful. I would hope so anyway. I think that enough people, we have to reach a point of critical mass. I don't know what that point is. Gadwin's floated a number before. Maybe 10%, maybe a little bit less, but we need a certain amount of people to have enough of is enough mentality. And then the government will have no option but to change. They have to. Once enough people get pissed off, you can't just fucking kill them and shit. You can't get away with that in this day and age.
Yeah, especially, and like if we really wanted to, we could do kind of like Italy does. So like when the people there get tired of the shit, they all just go on a general strike. So all the taxi workers, all the people who drive trucks and stuff like that.
That would work.
Teamsters,
That would work,
like
because
the
we are
garbage men.
we are run like a business more than anything else. We're not like a traditional country. We don't give a shit about patriotism for the most part. And and this also applies to like the class divide where it's like workers versus the wealthy. If you strangle them, we will win, because the power of for now, AI is changing that, but at least within the last 10 years or so, if we had done what you're describing in Italy, we could have made a lot of fucking change. In fact, it worked already in fast food. Fast food people fucking went on strike and started quitting like crazy, and now they're making relatively decent money.
Yep. Yeah, like that's, and like they need
like
us.
minimum wage.
Like
Exactly.
we do all their stuff for them. We move all their products, take off their trash. I mean,
Yep.
make sure they have power, water.
Well, that's the whole idea behind what they'll call it, socialist, blah, blah, blah. But the whole idea is just right. Workers are worth more than the wealthy. Like all they do is they put like an initial investment, and then they get to call all the shots, take all the money. That's wrong. That's backward. The fucking workers should have the majority of everything.
It's our time being spent to make sure they have everything.
Exactly. And time is more valuable than anything.
Exactly.
And if you're going to put a price on it, because we have money, then at the very least, a far larger portion of that money should go to the workers than it is. And again, I want to fight against this bullshit right-wing straw man that I believe that everyone should get paid the same. No.
Did you just say that minimum wage is across the board the same? Because it's not.
No.
It's
I'm saying
25 at the federal level.
They straw man me and people on the left by saying we want everyone to make the same amount of money, when that's not what most of us believe.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
actually
exactly
I believe in meritocracy, to where sure, you have an owner or whatever, and they have a whole lot of responsibility and shit, and they have to work all the damn time. Sure, they can make more money than typical workers, but one, they should be put in power by the workers and elected in place. Two, is not that they make more, it's they shouldn't make as much more. It's about percentage. Like back in the 60s, it was like 1 to, I want to say 20. Like 1 to 20. Now it's
what one worker made.
Yes, now it's 1 to almost 300. There's no excuse for that. That's bullshit. That's what needs to change.
Like most of your workers, I think the average is somewhere around 60,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
And like CEOs are making like millions.
Yep. And the thing is we have gotten better. We've gotten more efficient as workers. Not to mention technology has helped too. But we started getting better and better and better, and there was a massive increase in efficiency. And there was no increase in money. So that's going all to the top, and that's fucking wrong. And the only way I can think is we need regulations to prevent that. If company makes more money, then workers should make more money as an automatic, not as a, like, it's up to the person in charge. And if they feel like being generous, they can. No, fuck that. It should be required.
How about we just give you a pizza party and we'll call it good?
That's what they would try.
Oh, dude, they did that at the company I worked for. Like we busted our asses 10-hour days for like multiple weeks, and they're like, "You guys did such a great job. We're gonna give you a pizza party." I'm like, "You fucking kidding me? A fucking pizza party? Give me money. That's what I need."
Yep. Well, we ended where I used to work when I was stalking. We ended up we had a deal where they gave us a quarter per year. And I'm like, dude, go fuck yourself. Because when they hired people, this wasn't about me. This was mainly about my guys that were working under me. They got paid minimum wage, usually minimum wage or like $1 over starting out. And we worked hard, like serious physical labor. And a quarter, that's like pissing in someone's face.
Oh God, yeah.
That's what they gave me when I did concrete. They're like, "You did such a good job. We're gonna give you a quarter raise." It's like, are you fucking shitting me?
Yeah.
But like so on your so what you were saying about CEOs. So like, what company have you ever heard of to where they slash what they make and give it to their workers? Because I can't think of any.
I know one.
You know
one. There's one guy, and actually it turned out being great. What would you say, Gad?
One guy in Washington. I know the same guy.
Yes. And so he decided he was going to cut a massive portion of his wealth to, I want to think it's like near 100,000 a year.
Yeah, it's like 90,000 a year.
Yeah, 90,000 a year.
Got around the same.
And it actually increased revenue. Everything's better. Everything across the board.
I heard about that guy.
And that shows
productivity and everything.
Yeah, everything, like, because that's human nature. They act like our current system is human nature, and that's bullshit. Our current system is there for the wealthy to get wealthier. That's it. But if you actually give a shit and show your fucking workers that you care about them and that their time is valued, they'll work harder, and people will respect you. It goes across the board. Every little aspect of business improves.
Plus, like most of the CEOs and everybody, surrounded like in the upper echelon of management, they own like at least like 50% of the stock. So it's not just what their salary is, they own the stock too. So it's just like they are crazy.
A lot of them aren't even stocks. Like the company I work for, it was owned by a private equity company. There is no shares of stock. All the money went to the board members.
Through like stock buybacks and shit.
Well, there is no stocks. Like
it's the same though, even if it's public.
A private equity company goes around buying up businesses, and then so they have a whole portfolio of like 30 or so businesses. And as soon as one's not profitable, boom, they just liquidate it.
Damn.
Okay, but in that way, you can't even like see the transactions happening, I guess, unless you look
there's no stocks. There's just nothing. It's all private.
Wow.
That's like like Elon, he took some of his companies back private. So he pulled them out of the stock market.
Okay.
So I don't like the system as it is, but that's even fucking worse. Like pure private, that's pure corruption.
Yeah, private is actually, I think that is worse than public because you can see everything whenever it's public.
Mm-hmm.
What the problem with the private,
there's still corruption.
Public ones.
I'm not actually sure. So,
like the public one, it's like 90% of stocks are owned by the top 1%. Like they own almost everything anyway. So I mean, if it is public, it's just them getting rich off the labor anyway.
Yep. But private's even worse because there's not even like there's not a say so. There's not a board. There's no board meeting. There's no transparency. There's no decision to go.
Not a paper trail.
Usually with the board, they'll go, okay, yes, we care about greed because that's what companies are all about, making profit. But we also have to balance like consumer like image, like the way other people view us and the way our workers and all that. You don't have any of that shit in private companies. It's all about like, well, if you don't like it, fuck you, get out.
Yeah, it's maximizing profits for a select few.
Yep, and it's that. See,
And
we need regulations for all this shit.
And the plant I worked at was the last union plant we had as part of the carpenters union, and they closed it down December 5th.
Damn,
got rid of it. That was in part because tariffs ate out the profits. So we got our hardwood maple from Canada, which that had tariffs put on it. And then our product, 63% was exported. And so other countries didn't want to have to pay tariffs on our cabinetry. So therefore they just went somewhere else.
So even from the bullshit perspective of being isolationist and America first, it doesn't work because like I understand like the idea like initially that you want to take like manufacturing and have all of our shit and be self-sufficient and all that, but we still rely on selling shit globally because that's how the world works now.
Yep.
And if we charge tariffs, it fucks us either way. Like it doesn't matter how you look at it.
Like when we put tariffs on somebody, well, they're going to retaliate and put tariffs on everything that they import from us.
Of
so
course.
Therefore, their companies are just going to buy things from other countries.
And not only will they retaliate, they have to. If they don't, then they're seen as weak, and then their people will fucking get them the fuck out of office because there's a right wing in every country, and no right wing or even any country in general is going to tolerate a smack in the face like that. Like you can't. So there's no other option. Of course, they're going to fucking charge tariffs back or at least retaliate in some way.
Yep. And every one of them did. Everyone that Trump, like he put that whole board out of tariffs, even on the islands with just fucking penguins on them. Like,
I know. So what happens is the whole idea is America's so great. People need us so we can tariff them and they're not going to do anything in return. The reality is they will. So what happens is not only are we worse off, we're way worse off because we fucked up like going out and now they retaliated and we're getting fucked up coming back. So everything's like twice as bad as ever before. There's no benefit at all.
And it's hard to undo tariffs too.
Everybody else, because like he'll say, oh, well, Amazon, you made billions and billions of dollars. Walmart, you made billions and billions. So you shouldn't have to raise your prices. That's your fault. That's your fault. I know that they're all billion-dollar companies, but at the same time, you should not have to make them raise their prices. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. He's just making it horrible for everybody.
It's not just that they're raising their prices. It's that they're raising their prices with no fucking benefit. Like, it's just stupid. Like, if you're going to fuck over another company or a company, if it's for a good reason, like, hey, there's people dying in the streets. We require you to spend at least so much money to help these people. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But this is helping nobody. It's fucking everyone.
Exactly.
Well, it's helping Trump take in billions of dollars.
That's true. It's helping Trump and specific people in his inner circle that also wanted this shit to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But not in the big picture, it's not helping anybody.
No,
it's not for the masses. It's for the rich few at the top, which they're making.
All of the small business owners, they're getting like shit for that.
That's part of it. They wanted to squeeze those people out of business. So therefore the corporations can take over more real estate. Just like the farmers. They wanted to push farmers out so that way, like the company JD Vance was with, Acre Trader, to go around buying up more farmland.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. And then the seed I don't know if that has anything to do with, I think it does.
Oh, I've seen about the seed companies. There used to be hundreds of seed companies that
they've got like a monopoly on it. There's like two or three companies.
Well, it's not a monopoly. So this is where people have been getting monopoly wrong. So a monopoly would be when you control all the whole production chain of everything, and there's only one company. So like when Standard Oil before we put the monopoly bans in, Standard Oil went around and bought out every other oil company, and they owned everything. So they could set and price fix anything they wanted. And that's when FDR came in and they banned monopolies. And there had to be at least two companies in competition with each other to keep prices down.
I agree with the definition and everything, but outside of that, we need to discuss it outside of like extremes too. Like because it's a spectrum. Like, it's not just you either have everything like as one company, because it's also bad to have like 4 companies. Like if there's only a few, it's still bad, even if it's not one, is the point I'm making. So we still need to discuss it. We still need to go. We need ways to prevent this from happening, because even if
that's the problem too now. So like Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola, they both have the market cornered on soda.
Right.
So instead of competing with each other, they're actually working together and
Yep.
price fixing it and just keep raising the price.
Exactly. And that's why it's not just about one. Like, I think monopoly laws, maybe you wouldn't call it monopoly, but the laws should touch upon a far broader thing. Like, you can't even like Hollywood, whatever, entertainment industry, like Paramount, Disney, there shouldn't be like fucking 4 or 5, whatever. I think that like it should be way deeper than that, because the more companies there are, the more competition there is, and the more people benefit in terms of the quality, in terms of like pay and all
the
that good
prices will
shit.
come down big time because they got to compete and be the most.
Exactly.
You know, the people want to buy that brand because it's cheaper, not they have to buy one or the other.
Well, unless there's something else that, like, for instance, they can be, this costs more, but it's a better service.
Yeah.
Like, and unless there's something else, you're absolutely. But then like the cheaper ones will still have a share of the market, because some people don't want to spend that much money and they're okay with giving up a little bit of quality. It benefits everyone, at least in certain areas. I don't believe in the free market when it comes to like fucking healthcare and shit. That should be done away with.
Yeah,
but whenever it comes to food, that's so. I mean, I don't really care about like monopolies. I mean, of course I do, but whenever it comes to our food,
well, you should, yeah.
That is so important.
Do you want 2 companies owning all the farms, or would you rather have thousands of farmers that all independently have a? So it takes like your middle class out of the equation. So when you have business owners, that creates a middle class. Farmers are middle class. Like, that's your whole middle class is what actually props up most of the economy. If you get rid of all these mom and pop shops and all these farmers, you cut out the whole middle class, and then all you have is the lower class that has to work for other people, and the top.
Yep. And that's what we're seeing and have been seeing since the 80s, since fucking Reagan. Piece of shit.
That fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, because we definitely want the middle class.
Well,
not the lows and the highs.
But both parties play this because they know this is what people notice is about the middle class, and both talk all the big game about bringing the middle class back. But so I will say, like I've said before, both sides are corrupt and shitty, but historically, Democrats do better when it comes to economy. They always have.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
More people. I'm not talking about wealthy people, by the way, because that would be the opposite of what I just said. But more people do better under blue or Democratic style economies than the other way around. Because Republicans, while both cater to the rich, Republicans cater to the rich on a whole fucking another level. They don't even hide it.
Which pulls money out of the people's resources.
Exactly. Which hurts the economy. It chokes us out. And that's so simple. Like, I don't get into economics that much because honestly, that's kind of dry for me and it's not my thing. And I would just go right over my head unless I started from the very beginning. But this is so basic. Why do people not fucking understand this shit? I don't understand like how people can't understand this. Like, why conservative economics is all a fucking sham. It's all bullshit. It's a lie.
It kind of goes with
they're getting an idea now.
Media has been the biggest component in a lot of this. Just the brainwashing of people with like Fox News, social media, like they don't.
That makes sense. So it's not about knowledge. It's about getting the fake knowledge. Like they're being misled.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Yeah, Fox News has been the biggest proponent in that because after Nixon and that whole scandal, Richard Ailes and Rupert Murdoch, they did the Fox News. That's how they got rid of the fairness doctrine and all these other things that limited them. And then they did it in a way so like making it like Fox News is the most patriotic, and then putting crosses and saying they're Christians. And
they mislead a lot. Like I don't know about now, but they used to use the most watched television news network in all of America,
no-spin zone.
which is true. But what they're misleading with is the only reason that's the case is because the left has like 500,000 fucking news outlets where they only have one or two. That's the only reason why they're number one.
Yeah, they got an option when it was like Newsmax, and that was still a small proponent in the whole thing.
True, but like even though they have like maybe 3 tops, 4 or 5, we have
Daily
fucking
Mail.
hundreds to choose from. Like that's the only reason. But they want it to make people think, and some right wingers believe this, that it's because there's so much truth in Fox News. Like it has nothing to do with truth.
And Fox News also paid. They spent a lot of money to get their shit put in places.
That's
and
true.
Like, so if you go to military bases, all the TVs sitting in the lobby rooms all have Fox News, nursing homes, hospitals.
They were willing to spend money to indoctrinate people, and it happened where I live too. When I was young, we didn't have money, and you only had one station that came in through like a local area with an antenna or something, and that station was Fox News, and that's by design.
Huh. That's interesting. My dad was like, oh my God, it drove me nuts. But he was all into, what was it, Glenn Beck and Rush Limbaugh.
God.
Oh my God. And that's all he would fucking listen to. Because he would always stay out in the garage, like smoking his fucking cigarettes. And he would listen to them all goddamn day.
I grew up, like, every time I was in the work truck, anytime we were going anywhere, and at lunchtime, my uncle would have Rush Limbaugh on, and I had to listen to him blabber his fucking bullshit. Like, every day for 8 years straight, Obama's gonna cause the end of the world, healthcare for the poor is evil, all kinds of just indoctrinating bullshit. I'd always call it out. Yep. My uncle was like, oh, you're wrong.
my dad would get really pissed off, though, if I did that. He was just like, listen to this, Melody, no, this is the truth. So I would really like have to try to like dissociate, like whenever he would, I would drive around with him, because he would just say that. So I had like, I didn't have like the best relationship with my father, just because like his ideals and mine just were completely separate.
Conservatism.
I refuse to be that person. I have at least 1 or 2 family members like this, and I refuse to be the person that gets silent for the sake of peace. Fuck that. So if I can have dialogue with them civilly, I will. But if I can't, then I just shut them fucking down immediately. And I go, you're a retard. Shut up. Like, go sit the fuck down in the corner. Like, I have no time for your ass. You're a piss.
That's why I didn't spend very much time with him, because I didn't agree with most of what he said. And so I was just like, okay, I'm not going to talk to you.
To me, it's not that I disagree. It's that you're factually incorrect, because the word disagree kind of implicitly states that it's about an opinion. This is not an opinion on most of these things. Not everything, because some things are, but most of the things that like the right parrot are factually fucking incorrect. They're just wrong. They're lying. And that's why I always bring that up, because I hate the way we frame shit in this country. Like we look at politics as if one side is a bunch of opinions over here that feel very strongly, and then the other side is a bunch of opinions that feel, they're not fucking opinions. Most of the time they're not anyway. Or at least if they are opinions, they're based on facts. And most of the right is simply just bullshit. It's lies trying to fucking control people and to make rich people richer.
I got a kick out of the one time we were listening to Sean Hannity. He's this right-wing talk guy. And he was going on about how immigrants abuse the food stamp program and all this kind of shit. And I was like, well, that's lies. That's not true.
You
and
can't
it just so
get
happened,
food stamps.
Well, it just so happened a guy called into the radio station and called that guy out after I said it wasn't true, and they were just like not in the work truck kind of listening to me. And the guy called in and he's like, yeah, that's wrong. I work for the SNAP program. I actually, what you're saying is factually incorrect. And the guy is like, okay, I'm sorry. Like, and then it was kind of reassuring because it backed what I was saying.
But what bothers me is that, like, yes, that's true, and it's great that he admitted it. Most of the time that don't happen. Like my brother, for example, he swears up and down that he can prove that there are Hispanics that are getting paid through government subsidies, through like welfare shit, and they live in a hotel across the road, and he's seen hundreds of them. And I told him it may be true that like a private organization, like a nonprofit, happens to help them or something, which is none of my fucking business and none of your business. But it is not true that government subsidies are sent to these people, because you have to have a fucking social security number to get any sort of government benefit, any of them. So it is true that a small percentage of them can use the identity of like a dead person, but that's very fucking rare.
Well, and it's usually the opposite. It's like the kids using their parents. Like I just seen not too long ago, there's a guy who dressed up like his mother to go get her pension thing. This was in the UK. He dressed up like his mother so he could get her pension money extended because she died. And he was keeping her body in like a freezer or something like that.
Right. I don't know how it works, but apparently there's some sort of underground way or mechanism in which Hispanic people, it's like a business, they will sell, like they somehow get access to a dead person and they can like give their information and shit, and they sell it to other Hispanic people. Now that does happen, so I want to be sure. I want to claim, yes, that does happen. But I hate
fake IDs.
Yes, but I hate it when they use that as a gotcha, because it's not a gotcha, because it's such a fucking rare. It's not. It's like a tiny percentage of fucking Hispanics that do that, and you're trying to make it sound like it's like 70-something% of the whole illegal. That's bullshit. That's not true.
Yep, it's straw men. They just love building straw men so they can burn it down on air and act like they prove something major when it's nothing. Making mobiles in the mountains.
Probably my most hated logical fallacy is straw man. I have no problem with people that disagree with me, but I can't fucking stand it when you change my fucking position in order to try to defeat it. If you can't fucking defeat my actual position, you shouldn't say anything.
It's kind of like these people say black people do all the crime, and it's like, how does 14% of the population do the most crime?
Well, it is true that they're charged harsher, and they're more likely to be charged in the first place than their white counterparts. So even citing that in the first place is wrong. Look at the
history of them, like this. The like, what is it, like redlining, and they weren't able to
Jim Crow
homes. And they were just treated like shit. And so it's understood kind of like why.
They still are in many places, especially in big cities that have like no funding and they purposefully don't fund it. Like people stay poor. And of course, it's well known that poor people are more likely to engage in criminalism. And then the cycle repeats over and over and over. And they keep it that way.
They only target those communities too, so they strictly enforce more police in these poor black communities instead of the white communities.
And then they get imprisoned more, and then they use them for slavery, like fucking Odd was talking about before. It's like a system that's designed to keep them down.
Yeah, and that is true. They incarcerate so many more black people than they do white people. Even within, I mean, they can have like the same crime. And then the white person, they're like, oh, okay, yeah, you can just have probation. And the black person gets like a year in prison.
Exactly. And if that were it, that would still be fucking terrible and wrong. But it goes even further than that, because even then, once those black people get incarcerated, which is far more than other races, they are basically slaves. They make money for rich fucking private shit, because they're embedded into the prison systems to where they do stuff and they make like fucking like 20 cents an hour or something.
That's the thing too, is that company I worked for, the private equity company that owned the business I worked for, they actually own the prison system, the phone systems and stuff in there, which charge you per minute by how much you use and such.
That should be illegal as fuck.
What?
That's fucked up.
Yeah, look up Platinum Equity once, and then you'll see all under their umbrella. They had the prison system, like phone systems, under their umbrella.
Damn.
So they have cabinet factories, you name it, all kinds of just shit.
That is fucked up.
Purchase acquisitions.
4 hours, yeah. Gone pretty long tonight.
Yes, it has, and I've got to roll because my dad's going to be here in the morning to take a look at my water heater. So I will be back next week unless something crazy happens. It's hard to tell with me. Sometimes shit comes up, but most likely, yep. But most likely I'll be back and I'll talk to you guys if you're around.
Have a
Okay.
good one, man.
Nice chatting with y'all.
You too. Take it
Bye.
easy.